through the chairman of the ASEC Local Organizing Committee, members of the committee present, very distinguished and resplendent guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As we remain standing, we'll take the third stanza of the anthem, we'll recite it together. That, of course, will serve as our opening prayer. Let's take it together. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You please resume your seats. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 edition of the Africa Space Economy Conference and Exhibition. Today is day number 3. This event commenced on the 17th of June 2025. On Tuesday precisely, we were here, and the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Inaji, was here in person to officially open the ceremony. And we did all we could do for the opening ceremony and then had some other activities marking day 1. Yesterday again we reconvened for activities for day number 2. May I, on behalf of the members of the Central Planning Committee, appreciate all our international delegates and all our domestic delegates and participants who have made this year's edition a huge success. Today is the grand finale. We have come in order to observe activities and formalities marking day number 3, and then at the end of all the events we have this day, we will now witness the official closing ceremony of the 2025 edition of the conference and exhibition. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have as our theme, Space Economy and Emerging Markets in Africa. So once again, for being here and for being here on time, I plead with us all to put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you. So, also remember we were to start at 9, but due to other exigencies that came up to also add up to the activities we have for this event, we had to shift the commencement time to 11 a.m. And I'm proud to say that we all reconvened at that time. And we are done with the tea break, and now we are now going to commence other very important activities. All the dignitaries seated here, you are well recognized because we all had you all from Tuesday up until yesterday and today. So we are now familiar faces, and the conference for day 3 will begin in earnest. So to set the ball rolling for today, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting the conference director, who will be giving us a very good recapitulation of what we had for day number 2. Dr. Chidi Onwumere. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to set the ball rolling with a recap of activities for day number 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today is the grand finale. I know everything that has a good beginning will always have an end. I'm sure most of us do not want this conference to end, but it surely has to. Without wasting your time, I think it's just proper for me to just quickly give a rundown of what happened yesterday. The past 2 days has been very, very thought-provoking and has been very rewarding. Day 2 of the 2025 Africa Space Economic Conference and Exhibition continued with robust discussions and technical sessions focused on leveraging space-based solutions to drive investment, innovation, and sustainable development across Africa. The sessions featured 4 insightful presentations and 2 panel discussions addressing space-driven applications in mining, agriculture, industrial development, and policy alignment for national growth. For the technical presentation, Selina Hayes, CEO of Hayes Group International USA, presented on advancing the business of mining and community development through Earth observation satellite data. Drawing from her firm's work in geospatial intelligence, she emphasized the strategic value of rare earth elements, REEs, and critical minerals, and how space-based technologies, especially satellite imagery, AI-driven analytics, and multispectral sensing, are transforming how nations identify, track, and manage these resources. She called for Nigeria to develop a national REE/CM monitoring strategy, invest in satellite assets, and collaborate with industry stakeholders to promote transparency and revenue growth. Dr. Daniel Wood, Associate Professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, highlighted opportunities for U.S.-African cooperation on Earth observation for sustainable development. She explored collaborative models that bridge academic, government, and private sector actors, using satellite data to address critical challenges such as climate adaptation, urban growth monitoring, and environmental resilience. Dr. Omar Bindru, former SSG of Adamawa State, Nigeria, spoke on investment financing and risk mitigation, the role of government and banks in space tech startups. He positioned space as a critical enabler of Nigeria's development policy, advocating for a vibrant research and innovation ecosystem underpinned by strong institutional systems, technology prioritization, and intellectual property management. Dr. Bindri identified key bottlenecks, including weak industrial strategies, and recommended establishing specialized training centers, industrial production hubs, and support systems to empower early-stage innovators. Mr. Ayo Sochinri, Managing Director of the Bank of Agriculture, was ably represented in a presentation on commercial agriculture, the place of space technology. He emphasized the bank's readiness to collaborate on the use of satellite data for precision farming, environmental forecasting, and boosting food security through innovation-driven agriculture. The panel sessions we had, the first one was diversifying the African market via the application of space technology. This session focused on Africa's capacity to harness space technology for economic diversification and transformation. Key discussion points included a call for NASDAQ to aggressively explore Africa's emerging space markets. 2, the need to extract value from Africa's abundant natural resources through satellite-driven decision-making and service delivery. 3, identification of a SWOT framework with 3 strategic priorities for market penetration. 4, recognition that many essential services such as Uber, telemedicine, digital communication are made possible through space technologies. Emphasis on the importance of reforming the regulatory landscape to attract innovation and investments were made. Panelists recommended greater engagement of youth in space economic activities and the incorporation of maritime opportunities into Africa's space initiative. The session highlighted the capability of space-based imagery to A, integrate terrestrial, financial, and spatial data B, enable real-time decision-making. C, address security and resource management challenges. D, track the full value chain of REEs/CMs from source to end use. Propose solutions and recommendations. 1, the establishment of national REEs/CM monitoring strategies. Investment in satellite infrastructure and data partnerships. Development of cloud-based, multi-language, secure geospatial database. Inclusion of innovation-driven banks and industrial stakeholders in future dialogues. Advancing government appetite for policy, regulation, and innovation as levers of growth. Panel session 2 dwelt on monetizing space data applications in mining, urban planning, disaster management, and telecommunications. The second panel explored the commercialization of space data in solving practical development challenges. The key highlights were: space data was recognized as a transformational tool for agriculture, natural disaster response, urban planning, and telecommunications. B, panelists emphasized the importance of multi-agency collaboration and cooperative frameworks for deploying satellite technologies. It was acknowledged that public and industrial sectors often lack awareness and access, creating a need for advocacy and capacity building. Lastly, research and development were underscored as pillars for sustainable progress in the space sector. In conclusion, Day 2 of the Africa Space Economic Conference and Exhibition, ASEC, deepened the dialogue on advancing Africa's space agenda through actionable insights, cross-sectional collaboration, and policy engagement. With a strong emphasis on the economic potential of space data, investment in satellite infrastructure, and inclusive stakeholder participation, the discussions reaffirmed Africa's readiness to redefine its place in the global space economy. The sessions laid the groundwork for tangible partnerships and transformative projects aimed at building a secure, innovative, and resource-efficient future. This was all that was highlighted during the Day 2 session, and we trust that Day 3 today will have some other rich discussions. The papers will be presented virtually and on ground. And then after that, we will move to the closing ceremony. That promises to be very, very exciting. So stay with us. In as much as we have this package lined up for you, we intend to hurry up with all this and not to waste your time as much. But please hang in there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chidi Owumere. Please put your hands together for him once again. He is the Conference Director, 2025 ASEC. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on now, we have our very first presentation that will be made by Ms. Ati Hola Maini. She is a Director, UNOSA Director with UNOSA, and it's going to be a virtual presentation. So please, let's tape it and then listen to what she has to say based on this topic, Global Perspectives on Africa's Space Growth. So IT, if you're ready, we're ready. Thank you.
So it is my great pleasure to address you today at the second edition of the Africa Space Economy event, and I apologize that I cannot be with you in person. This gathering recognizes the accelerating pace of development of space activities on the African continent and the critical role that space can play in shaping a sustainable future for Africa, with all the diversity and opportunities and challenges that it has. No longer are space activities the province of just a few nations. Today, we are looking at a multi-stakeholder sector with dozens of countries and thousands of companies seeking and reaching unparalleled heights. Africa is creating its own path to maximize the benefits of space advances. Over the past 2 decades, African countries have launched more than 50 satellites, established multiple national space agencies, and committed billions of dollars in public and private investments. From the African Union's continental space policy to the birth of the African Space Agency and all the space agencies and national developments that have happened in between, we are witnessing a deliberate effort to harness space for socioeconomic development. From climate action, precision agriculture and water management, to connectivity, digitization and energy transformation, space-based technologies are set to play a central role in African prosperity and growth in years to come. Africa is well positioned to develop indigenous solutions to addressing the most pressing needs. Your contribution to global space science is already in itself a highlight. The uniqueness of Africa's geography and its vast landmass offer ideal conditions for ground stations, astronomical observations, and launch infrastructure, while also representing a huge opportunity to bridge social, educational, healthcare, data, and other digital divides. At UNOOSA, we believe that Africa's increasing engagement to space is not merely an addition, it is transformational for the global space landscape. The question is not if Africa's space sector will succeed, but rather at what pace will it grow. While Africa's space economy is poised to grow, it is not through satellites alone. It will thrive on the capacity of the African youth to conceive, design, launch, and commercialize space solutions tailored to African realities and priorities. With over 60% of Africans being under the age of 25, the continent holds one of the most vibrant youth demographics of the world. If we focus on youth development now, we can position Africa as a future powerhouse in space entrepreneurship and workforce development. UNOOSA views STEM education as the foundation of long-term prosperity in and from space. We are committed to ensuring that Africa's young innovators have access to the tools, networks, and opportunities they need to drive this transformation. In collaboration with our partners, we strive to foster STEM pathways for youth and promote gender equity through targeted support for women and girls. The capacity building, research, policy engagement, and education opportunities we provide under our Space for Youth and Space for Women programs enhance economic performance, they drive innovation, and they maximize the societal impact of space solutions. Additionally, for a number of years, we have been running a pilot project under the Space Economy Initiative to help countries unlock the socioeconomic value of space, build capacity, and attract both national and foreign investment. Working closely with public organizations, industry, academic institutions, and UNDP in Brazil, we are building a sustainable space ecosystem that is inclusive, resilient, and forward-looking. In the future, we aspire to replicate this approach globally, helping governments assess their space sector's potential, develop national strategies, and attract responsible investment. Through this initiative, we aim to support African nations with national space economy assessments, identifying priority areas for space applications, creating enabling policies and investment frameworks, facilitating dialogue and networking between public institutions and private sector actors, and, of course, education and training as the fundament of it all. We see the African Space Agency as a key partner in scaling the Space Economy Initiative across the continent. Together, we can help align national, regional, and continental efforts towards a unified vision of a prosperous African space ecosystem. Building the space economy also relies on multilateralism, the predictability and the consistency of the legal environment, and ensuring that African voices are heard in global space governance. For this reason, we are working proactively to ensure that all African nations, with or without a space program, become members of COPUOS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, the primary multilateral platform for space diplomacy and coordination that has existed since the beginning of the space age. The UN Space Treaty's principles and frameworks that COPUOS has delivered over the last 6 decades provide the legal backbone for peaceful, cooperative, and sustainable space activities. Many African nations are already members. They play a key role in shaping global norms on space traffic, long-term sustainability, debris mitigation, and equitable access to orbits and resources. UNOSA is proud to support African countries in engaging with international frameworks. Our Global Space Law project offers technical advisory services to support the development of national space laws, technical training on international norms, and platforms for African voices to influence global space governance. Multilateralism also extends to partnerships with spacefaring nations, with private sector actors, and with academia. Africa's space sector can benefit greatly from strategic alliances on data access, technology development, capacity building, and joint missions. Our Access to Space for All initiative is one great example of cooperation that engages African actors. The initiative helps countries develop technical know-how, engineering processes, and infrastructure in areas of hypergravity and microgravity, satellite development, and space exploration. Kenya and Mauritius launched their very first satellites through this Access to Space for All program. In Kenya, this inspired the creation of the National Space Agency, its first space law, its second indigenous satellite, and of course, a boost to STEM education. For Mauritius, it led to proposals for a new spaceport in the country. So you can see that with the Access to Space for All program, we are really creating a lasting impact. UNOSA stands ready to facilitate these partnerships and opportunities, ensuring that cooperation is fair, transparent, and mutually beneficial on an equal footing. Dear colleagues, this is a pivotal moment for Africa's space future. The choices you make today about education, investment, and collaboration will determine how space serves the continent in decades to come. UNOSA is proud to stand with the African Space Agency, the African Union, and African nations like Nigeria in this shared journey. We are united by a belief that space is not just about exploration. It is about empowerment, not just about orbits, but about future opportunities. UNOSA looks forward to working with you, not only to ensure that Africa participates in the global space economy, but that it becomes a key driver with vision, purpose, and pride. Thank you very much for having had me with you.
I thought we'll put our hands together. Please clap, 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 clap for Ms. Ati Holameni, a director with UNOSA. Thank you so much for that very beautiful and concise presentation. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now to populate the chairs behind me for our first presentation, our first deliberation by way of calling up panelists to come up on stage to discuss on the subject matter that I have here, which is the commercializing of Africa's space sector, overcoming barriers, and unlocking investment potentials. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this session is no other than our own Miss Selina Hess. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up to moderate this session. She's been with us from Tuesday up to this moment. She deserves a bigger round of applause. So we have other panelists that will be joining us virtually, but let me bring up on stage the panelists that are here in person. We have Mr. Abdulkader Abbas. He is a Director, Security and Investment Services Department with the Security and Exchange Commission. Please put your hands together for him as he joins the moderator. Thank you, Mr. Abdulkader Abbas. We have also the Chief Executive Officer, World Space Week, Mrs. Alma Opafele. Please put your hands together for her as she joins other team members. And of course, our very own from Kenya, Dr. Charles Mwagi, will be a part of this discussion. So IT, let's get confirmation. We have joining us virtually, Dr. Malin Do we have the confirmation she's online? She's online. So Dr. Marlin is with us. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She's also a member of the panel, joining us virtually. Do we have confirmation for Dr. Elegdom? No confirmation for that? Okay. Do we have Mr. Imani? Confirmed. Also with us online. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Imani. Thank you very much from Morocco. So we have about 5 panelists, 3 in person and 2 joining us online. May I now yield the floor to our moderator to continue with proceedings. The moderator, you have a mic? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, panelists, and members of the audience. Thank you for being here. And as we get started, it's a privilege to welcome you to this timely and visionary panel discussion on commercialization, Africa's space sector, and overcoming barriers and unlocking investment potential. And as Africa continues to emerge as a dynamic economic frontier, we are increasingly aware that space is no longer a distant dream. It is a strategic domain with the potential to drive transformation across the continent. So today we are here not only to discuss satellites and launch pads, but to explore how space-based technologies from remote sensing to satellite communications and data analytics can power new industries, create jobs, enhance resilience, and open access to previously unreachable markets. Whether it is optimizing agriculture, securing mining supply chains, expanding connectivity, or powering green energy transitions, the integration of space capabilities into terrestrial economies is no longer optional. It's essential, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. With us are some of the leading voices in government, industry, and innovation, and together we'll examine how Africa can leapfrog legacy systems, build sovereign space capacity, and forge inclusive growth strategies that benefit rural communities as much as urban centers. So let's dive in, and what I'll encourage is for my panelists to give a short introduction and a little bit of their background, and then we'll begin with some questions.
Great. Good afternoon, is it morning or good afternoon, everyone. Just by way of introduction, my name is Abdulkadir Abbas, a director of the Securities and Exchange Commission. What we do at SEC is to regulate the Nigerian capital market. We're happy to be part of this conference because we believe in the objective of the conference in terms of trying to harness or open up investment into the space economy. So without much ado, I want to thank the organizers for extending the invitation to the SEC, and we're happy to be part of this discourse. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Khalife. I'm the Executive Director of World Space Week Association. And what we do is, on behalf of the UN Office of Outer Space, we convene the largest space event on Earth, which is the celebration of World Space Week between the 4th and the 10th of October every year, and it's held globally. And the purpose of that is to ensure that the focus of the world is on space for the duration of that period, and we use it as a major outreach event to get not only students and young professionals interested in space, but to generally get the world interested in space. But before that, I am a friend of the house. I was the legal advisor at NIGECOMSAT next door, so my background is in satellite communication.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Mwangi. I'm the Director in charge of Space Application and Utilization at the Kenya Space Agency. As any other agency, the Kenya Space Agency has three main roles. We promote, we coordinate, and we regulate space activities in the country. So our role is essentially to be an enabler to the other sectors within the economy that are keen on utilizing space technology, whether it is for decision support, for policy formulation, and also to create opportunities. And I'm glad to be in this panel to discuss how we can enhance that. Thank you.
So I'll start with Alma. You get the first question. What sectors in Africa stand to benefit most immediately from the applications of space-based capabilities, say in agriculture, mining, finance, logistics?
Okay. Well, firstly, I'd have to say that we have to acknowledge space for what it really is. It's one thing to different people. It's a geography, it's an infrastructure, but in relation to what you asked, it's an enabler. And I believe it has functionality across sectors. But as a country or a continent, you have to firstly understand what is important to that country. Where do their priorities lie? We've seen space technology used very effectively for agriculture. And I believe of the sectors that you mentioned, that for me is the most pertinent use of space technology, whether it's Earth observation data, whether it's drone technology, which I've seen exhibited in the foyer over there. There's so many applications that can address the entire value chain for agriculture as a sector.
And this is a follow-on question to that. With agriculture and using space-based data, how do you think we get down to the end user? How do we educate the end user in space-based technology?
I think that's a fantastic question because that is always the crux of the matter, which is why primarily what we do at World Space Week Association is to inform, to educate, and to really drive awareness from the grassroots. So we encourage the celebration of World Space Week in ways that are culturally relevant. So in relation to agriculture, it would mean having to speak to the farmers on their level and integrate space technology into what they do in a way that is meaningful to them, whether it's being able to access a mobile phone for data on your soil levels, etc. So it has to be translated into an understandable medium for them.
And Charles, I know that you've worked in the Geospatial Center in Kenya with some of the farmers in Kenya using geospatial data. How do you manage that relationship with these end users and the stakeholders, and how do you demystify the space industry?
Thank you, Selena, for that question. So again, like Alma was indicating, the user of the data that we get from space is essentially sometimes, especially within the farming ecosystem or in agriculture, is the farmer. So what we've decided to do as an agency is we've taken the verticals and then we do pilot projects on the verticals. And agriculture is one of the verticals that we have identified as one of the priority because of the importance of agriculture within our ecosystem. So what we've realized was that most of the products that are developed or solutions that are being developed do not involve the end user or even the policymaker that is supposed to utilize or to get insights from that. So what we did is we convened a multi-sectoral group. So we have the Ministry of Agriculture, we have an agricultural organization, we have, within the government, we have two levels of government. We have the national government, we have the sub-national governments that we call the county governments, and then we have a representative across the same. And then we also embedded on that team different stakeholders who have an important element that they contribute, whether it is data or whether it is information that needs to go into the system. So what we did is we have layered it in terms of the different products or solutions that needs to be developed. And the reason why we're doing that is, one, we were addressing the issue around trust. Because for the farmer to be able, or even the government official to be able to utilize the data, they need to understand how the products have been developed. And the intention is to work with them through the process so that they're able to say, we saw them collecting the data, we walked through the process of generating the different satellite imagery and all that. So that is what we're trying to do to ensure that there is a buy-in. And the intention is, and I talked to that yesterday, we have not been able to work with the user closely in terms of developing the solutions. And that is where the information will be. And one of the questions in one of the engagement we had was with a farmer, where they were indicating that the reason why they don't use the data is because sometimes you get, like we have the potential of sending alerts on an SMS or similar, but they're the ones who are investing in agriculture. So if they lose a crop, it's not the person who sent the SMS, it could be faulty, but it is them who are investing, and that is why it is important for engaging. So we are looking at the whole value chain and then engaging them as we go.
And Charles, I'm going to pose another question. I'm fascinated by the use of satellite data around tracking wildlife. And as we know, wildlife in Kenya is very important and also contributes to tourism. But, you know, wildlife tends to not stay within the borders of Kenya. And so what are your thoughts on expanding, sharing with your neighboring African countries data, maybe in the future regional constellations that can contribute to solving some of these challenges?
You raise a very important, and thank you for raising that. Because sometimes, even when you're having conversations as countries, we tend to focus on our local needs. But the experience that we've had is that most of those needs go beyond a country. And there is a lot of value that we could derive from consolidating resources. I want to mention two projects. One of the projects was the African Resource Management Constellation that was premised, I think it was 2020, where we had Kenya, Nigeria was also a signatory, South Africa and Algeria, where each of the country was to contribute a satellite. Unfortunately, because of the budgeting cycles, it was not realizable then, and it didn't really kick off. And there has been conversations in terms of how that can be resuscitated or a similar version. And we've also had conversations across Africa with other agencies on the possibilities of maybe having a nanosatellite constellation, because of course the cost, one of the reasons why that it didn't take off was because of the cost of the satellites then was very high. But now with the reduction of cost, then it becomes manageable. So back to the question in terms of the data, what we've realized is having one satellite in space as a country will not solve our problems, because maybe when you're talking about the revisit times, you're talking about 10 to 16 days. And you see, like if you're monitoring agriculture, then you need regular information. If you're monitoring disaster, you need regular information. And we see a lot of opportunities where if we had multiple countries coming together and saying we are launching, more like the ARMC that I was referring to earlier, where we launch our individual satellites, but share that data across, meaning that then we create a pool where that data would be available for even our neighbors. And one of the things that we're trying to do, there is a currently ongoing initiative where we're trying to set up a regional data center that would potentially have data sets from the regions. And then when we are able to have that being available, then it means that the private sector or the other entities then will build applications on top of that to ensure that, again, whether it is from the region, depending on the area that is covered. And of course, one of the interesting initiatives is the Digital Hub Africa that covers the whole of Africa, and we're trying to see how we can adopt such a model. So you're right in terms of the need for us to do it regionally, but also to address our national needs when we make decisions.
Mr. Abbas, with your background in security and talking about solving for regional problems here in Africa and using space-based data for, say, border control, can you talk a little bit about how you see space-based applications being used in the security realm?
Okay, thank you for that question. As I said, our perspective is from the capital market. We regulate the market. So in terms of trying to open up that space to attract practitioners in the space economy, to first of all understand the need to have cheap financing through the capital market. That is one of the focus of the SCC. So try to relate it with your question in terms of trying to unlock private capital into the space economy to address issues around border securities and other concerns that we have. I can say one of the major constraints for development of space economy is actually having this access to financing. And through the capital market, these practitioners or outfits can be able to leverage on the capital market to raise varied kind of financing. If you talk about satellite development, for instance, which is one of the key issues that we have been discussing, how do you get financing to now develop this kind of innovation, for instance? Can you leverage on the capital market? Clearly, banking financing is not really the best way to go. Why? Because you cannot be able to finance a long gestation project with a short-term funding, for instance. So to address issues around border securities, to address issues around concern with respect to how do we really make this kind of outreach to be very sustainable in such a way that all these issues are concerned about security will be mitigated by getting them to become bigger in terms of operation, to even try to now engage more people into that kind of space to reduce the concern around securities or even border issues that we have. I can say that, yes, leveraging capital market is actually the way to go. Unfortunately, what we have, if you look at the context of Nigerian environment, the space industry is not well represented in the capital market. One, because there are even this kind of issue around lack of awareness about the route to go to even get this access to short-term funding, for instance. So from our own perspective at the SCC, we have a framework, or we have developed so many framework, even talking about issues around, addressing issue about agri-financing, for instance, or green financing. We have all those kind of regulation, and we are trying to see how we can encourage entities in this space to leverage on the capital market to actually come and address this issue of concern around securities and any kind of concern, because we believe financing is one of the key constraints towards even addressing this major issue about border securities, as you highlighted.
Thank you for that. And what do you see as some of the other barriers?
How do you now try to cascade this regulation down in such a way that outfits that are coming, outfits that are under space economy, that are willing to come to the capital market, how do you ensure that they actually abide or comply with this kind of regulation in terms of cybersecurity, travel rules, and any other related concern around that? So the point is, have a robust regulation, make it simple, and then try to now create this kind of awareness so that everybody will be on board on the same page in terms of understanding the regulation and how you intend to implement the regulation. I will just touch on one aspect that we just did of recent. At the SEC, we have this regulation around issuances of virtual assets, for instance. And this is like a kind of new innovation. You can be able to issue this kind of asset to even finance, operation in the space industry, for instance. What do we do? What did we put in place? We try to now align our regulation with all other requirements around cybersecurity, for instance, that you need to comply with. So you need to disclose and you need to now comply with it even when you issue the securities. And then at the end of the issuance, you still have a requirement for post-issuance compliance requirement. So those entities need to comply with it, as they go along, provided they are going to be listed on the capital market.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to bring on our two virtual participants, Amani and Marlene, I think. Thank you for joining us. If you wouldn't mind giving an introduction and a little bit of your background to the audience here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I'm Iman Antouti. I'm the Vice Chair of the African Subcommittee for the Emerging Ecosystems of the International Pharmaceutical Federation. And I'm also one of the team members of the Moroccan Initiative for the Space Industry. And on my day-to-day, I'm also managing projects in the European space sector. So I'm very glad to be here today with all of you, and I'm looking forward to see where this panel, this very high-level panel will take us.
Thank you, and thanks for being with us. Marlene?
Hi, good afternoon. Do you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, it's the connection. Okay, it's a little slow on my side, but it's very nice to be with all of you, especially my friends there in the audience in the room. I wish I could be present, but it is a privilege to join this panel. And just a little in terms of a background, I'm a legal expert in international law, and I work mostly in the development of international laws under the UN regime, as well as the comparative laws under the domestic regime, developing in new provisions, mostly that support the sovereignization post-state succession, particularly in the colonial context. So the work that I do is largely based at the COPUOS at the UN, where I help develop international laws, and also look very much so to geopolitical strategy and being able to leverage the strength of regional groups, mostly groups that have emerged from colonial histories, like those countries in Africa. And I'm very pleased to see that there was the inauguration of the African Space Agency and the inauguration of many new space agencies within the African continent. I think there's an extreme level of potential there to not only look at general policy issues for Africa, but to see how each country can collaborate and leverage the powers that combined they have to really improve various sectors throughout the continent. But in general, I do work as well in these fields under the water, on Earth, and beyond Earth, and predominantly dealing with sovereignty of states, satellites, mergers and acquisitions. And in any case, I look forward to hopefully working with many of you. I'm also the chair of the Committee on the Liaison with the Developing Nations at the International Astronomical Federation, and the vice chair of that committee, and the vice chair of the Committee on Cultural Utilization of Outer Space.
Thank you, Marlene. And I'm going to pose a question to you, if you can hear me. In setting the legal framework and establishing policies, within this new space economy, what role do you think African governments should play in driving space commercialization and ensuring sovereignty over data and satellite assets?
Well, in general, my general stance is that each country should maintain its sovereignty in all respects, whether known or yet unknown, to be developed via means of technology or the geopolitical relationships that we see that will come. But identifying and maintaining sovereignty is essential. In order to do so, however, it is essential to participate in the international community, in the international development of the law. And what is paramount is for each country to participate in the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And so many countries in Africa, for instance, are not yet participant in those meetings, although many have ratified the agreements because of the transition and the succession of states at decolonization. So although some may be party to many of the treaties, there is not yet much participation. And although there may not be yet so much capacity in each country, for example, to follow the movement of the discussions, it is important to be present and to be in the room. And in doing so, one can understand what the topics of conversation are and seek advice, seek counsel, whether domestically or internationally, in order to participate and ensure that this, not only the African state, but the African country, African continent as a whole are being provided for. And then that would come in terms of ensuring that the laws are developed in a way that are advantageous to African states. The laws are in the process of development, so it is very present to be there now, both at the scientific and the legal subcommittees, as well as the general plenary committee that's coming up next week, and this is on a yearly basis. And in doing so, also develop their private sector. And in order to draw the private sector, it's critical to have a stability in the law and to ensure a reliability that will draw investment, but all the while maintaining sovereignty over the capacities that each state is able to acquire for space technologies. So one thing that's essential is if there is this capacity building. So at the moment, if the capacity building may be lacking, there are programs at the UN that can help with that. There are also outside resources, private and public resources that can help. But in any case, investing in capacity building within the state, so investing within the citizens of the state, and also trying to bring back many of the very capable Africans that have been working abroad to help develop the space sector in each country would be essential.
I think that's a key point, good governance, and using the diaspora, I think, to grow out space economies in Africa is key. Are there any examples that you could think of that African nations could follow? In particular, is there an opportunity where African countries could share space infrastructure or, share similar guidelines so there's some consistency across the continent?
Yes, absolutely. I think that is essential. Although each state can be developing its own rules, its own laws, participating independently in the international forum at the UN, or even other forms, for example, at the International Astronomical Federation that offers a more multidisciplinary platform with these for capacity building and partnerships. In order for a region to leverage its power, it's important for there to be a system of connectivity, of understanding. And so when I say leverage its power, the strength of the African continent will certainly be much greater and much more advantageous for each individual country if that leverage can be used vis-a-vis other regions and other countries, rather than each country go vis-a-vis another country or another region. So in order for there to be a productive, collective, and working relationship between the states, there should be regional understandings, and I believe that the African Space Agency has initiated a great platform for that, so that there can be a discussion, a negotiation by African states to determine the priorities for the continent, to determine the needs, to determine the goals. And it's not that each state has to have similar goals. There can be a gradation of different desires and objectives. However, when it's time to leverage that capacity to negotiate outside of the continent, it may be helpful to have it at the level of the African Space Agency and then have those gains distributed to the African states, but based on a model, a framework that the African states have already decided. So there is a lot of work to do, not only domestically within each space agency and within each government, to structure their framework, particularly their legal, geopolitical frameworks, also on the continental level through the African Space Agency. And then once that is well established, I think other regions, companies will know that if they can negotiate with the African Space Agency, that capacity for to unlock the power of the African continent in many different sectors will be greater. And that capacity includes, as I mentioned, human capacity. So having some opportunity for technological, legal, geopolitical support initially is essential, but to bring in that power, the capacity from abroad is important, and we see this in other regions. For example, in Italy, that is a successful space power and growing. One of the political strategies that they have put in place is that they have had a lot of what you call brain drain. So many Italian citizens have left the country after their education in Italy and have found very good positions abroad, but now the Italian state recognizes that there are many very well-trained Italians abroad, and so they have a collective effort in order to bring back those Italians to Italy and to reap the investment they had installed in them so that they can grow their space agency. So that is an effort, an independent effort that they are engaging in. And so something like this could also be helpful to each African state.
Actually, that's a great example, bringing up the Italians. And I do know there are many amazing Nigerian engineers that are in the space industry in the U.S. So again, emphasizing the importance of the diaspora, I think, is key. Amani, I'd like to ask you a question, and it's around the role of universities and innovation hubs. And how do you think they play a role in Africa's future space economy?
Is this question for me?
No, it's for Amani.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Would you like
You
me
were
to
on mute, so we didn't hear you.
I'll repeat the question. It was around what role do universities and innovation hubs play in the new space economy, in particular here in Africa?
So, regarding the economy itself, having hubs in Africa or in different do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, innovation and universities in general are very essential component for not only in Africa but in general. Like if I am talking about my own experience, even here in Europe, where like the space economy has been quite established, a lot of the talent, a lot of the innovation, a lot of the startups were created in innovation hubs. So it will be very much important to establish a very
We can hear you.
I have an issue. I don't know if you hear me. I'm sorry.
We can hear you. Okay. I'll pose that same question to any one of the panel members here. What do you think the role of these innovation hubs and universities play in expanding out the space economy here in Africa?
I'd say they play the most pivotal role, actually, because that is really, well, universities is really the birthplace of the innovation, right? That's where the ideas are nurtured. That's where they're tested in perhaps the most economically viable way, right? And before they're pushed over to innovation hubs or incubation centers. So I think it's very important to develop the capacity there. And at that level, there is perhaps, I wouldn't say more, but there are perhaps more funding streams that allow you to fail early. So you can access funding to do research, have access funding to travel. If let's say you're in Nigeria and you want to explore research options abroad, there are facilities to do that, and it's best to do it early and fail forward. So I feel it's absolutely essential that we invest in research, and it also is an excellent platform for collaboration. So to have inter-university projects that allow you to work, for instance, on an African constellation system with each university, wherever it is situated, managing, developing, launching, operating a payload. You have the basis and the foundation to do that sort of work when you're in a university environment.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we have about 10 minutes or 8 minutes left. I'd like to ask the audience if there are any questions for the panel. Oh. Do we have a question?
All right. Good afternoon, the panelists. Good afternoon, the local organizing committee, and good afternoon, all other invited guests. My name is Dr. Ibrahim Tudunwada from Center for Atmospheric Research of NASDA. is not really a question but a comment. Some years back in Kano, while trying to promote Africa's space economy in Nigeria, we had a project that was spurring a transformation in agriculture through remote sensing. I'm giving this short story because we are looking at the space economy from above. It's apparent that we are leaving the field, the ground level, we are leaving it behind. So when we embarked on that project, spurring a transformation on agriculture through remote sensing, we were under the illusion that the farmers will engage, will invest in satellite imagery. And that, of course, had to be through Android phones for the farmers. Now, throughout the 2-year project, only one of the farmers had Android phone. And it was only through the Android phone that they could access the satellite image to be monitoring their crops and to be taught how to predict the yield, how to detect pests, and so on. So, as we are looking at promoting Africa's space economy, please, we should remember to carry the grassroots people along. Yeah, because, as I said, throughout that project was essentially a waste of funds because none of the farmers was able to invest in satellite imagery because it was very difficult for them to afford Android phone. It wasn't even very common then in that part of the country. And again, we all didn't believe, we assumed monocropping or at least 2 crops, 3 crops per plot of land. What we found in the field was a farmer having 9 crops in a small area that was less than 1 hectare. Now, that's very difficult to detect the crop signature from remote sensor. So please, as we are moving to promote the space economy, we should remember the users at the background. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's a valuable point in that making space relevant to all, not just us here in the space industry. So I have one question. You have a minute each here on the panel to answer it. What do you think the Africa space economy looks like 10 years from now?
Maybe I can go first. In 10 years' time, my hope and my aspiration will be that it would be more young, having a young face where technology is being used for decision support, where technology is also being used to create opportunities for the much younger population, the younger generation that you're referring to, and where Africa has invested in the infrastructure and also in terms of the people to be able to make the technology and deploy the technology from within.
Well, very similar to what Charles said, I would like to see a space economy that's very inclusive. Just as the gentleman who made the comment had mentioned, the everyday man in his line of work should be able to engage with space technology in a way that is meaningful and is financially beneficial. Because if space is not putting money in your pocket, then really, does it actually make sense? And I'd also like to see the manifestation of all the capital, the human capital that's being built at present, being fully utilized by that point, and seeing organizations like World Space Week Association, seeing all the outreach efforts beginning to take fruit, and there are more students studying STEM and utilizing STEM for socioeconomic development, whether it be in space or otherwise.
All right, so my perspective is in the next 10 years, I believe African space economy has great potential, provided we have the right environment to first unlock private investment into that space with the right infrastructure that we need to have in place so that we can be able to have a kind of robust ecosystem. Because any ecosystem that doesn't have sustainable channel of getting financing, it may not actually stand the test of time. So critical issue is about trying to get a very viable structure and then having a viable means of getting or unlocking private capital into that space. What government needs to do is to create the enabling environment, but it should be private sector-led initiative to be able to develop that space in a holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, 10 years from now, I hope we're launching rockets from the east coast of Africa. Charles? Thank you so much to our
May I
panelists
also contribute?
and to those. Oh, sorry, Marlene, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I am very excited to see what the next 10 years will bring to the African continent. But what I hope most to see, and I think that there's a great potential for it, is to see more African citizens of all generations being present in the forums, not only on the African continent, but particularly outside the African continent, in different regions of the world, in different industries, at different universities, so that their place at the table can ensure the capacity building, the exchange that is essential to grow the capacity and to leverage the African space potential. So more participation outside the continent, and it's been a great pleasure to interact with many of my exceptional African colleagues in those type of spaces, and I can see already the benefit that that has had, and I hope that there's just more opportunity for that in the next 10 years.
Thank you, Marlene. I'm not sure we have Alma. I think Alma has dropped off. Sorry, Imani. Sorry, I'm getting the names mixed up here. But thank you to my panelists, and thank you to the audience. I appreciate you being here, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to the moderator and let's please stay back. Let's have a group photograph, and then the LOC member, Barrister Isai Haya, gives items for you all, a way to appreciate you for your noble contributions to this 2025 edition of the Africa Space Economy Conference and Exhibition. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So please, if you are the owner of this vehicle, your attention is needed. I've been informed that you have an issue with your engine. The oil is actually leaking in a very, very serious manner. It's a Toyota Camry, green in color, with registration plate number ABC243NQ. ABC243NQ, a Toyota Camry, green in color. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Barrister Isaiah here, a member of the LOC. Let's proceed to have yet another virtual presentation. So, ICT, let's have Dr. Festus Ogunmola online. He'll be speaking on leveraging AI for financial inclusion and risk management, transforming governance in Africa's digital economy. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's stay back for this presentation. After this, we have just one more presentation, and then we'll now have the closing ceremony formalities that will be taking place in a very short while. The President, ACCI, will be joining us at that time. The DG NASDA will be joining us at that time. And the closing ceremonies will not take longer than 30 minutes. So please, do we have Dr. Festus Ugumola for his presentation? Thank you.
Vibrant students, fellow innovators, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. It is my pleasure to join you from Edinburgh in Scotland for this distinguished event, where I've been privileged to speak on leveraging AI for financial inclusion and risk management, transforming governance in African digital economy. My name, I'm Dr. Festus Olusoye Ugumola. The rapid proliferation of artificial intelligence technologies is reshaping global economic paradigms. It is offering transformative potentials for regions historically which have been constrained by infrastructure, governance inefficiencies, and financial exclusions in Africa. We have about 45 to 60% of the population remains unbanked, and informal economies dominate. Artificial intelligence presents an unprecedented opportunities in this area to bridge the financial divide and revolutionize risk management systems. This paper that I'm going to present this afternoon is going to explore how AI can be strategically deployed to foster financial inclusion, manage economic and systemic risk, and also enhance governance across Africa's evolving digital economy. Through the case studies I'm going to discuss, there will be case studies, policy analysis, and theoretical frameworks which examine successful models and barriers to adoption, and also policy implications. It's going to emphasize a socio-technical system approach, and this presentation will underscore the need for human-centered, ethically grounded, and contextually appropriate AI interventions. In my conclusion, after this paper, I will shape an actionable pathway for stakeholders, which include governments, fintechs, development partners, and civil society, so as to harness AI full potential for sustainable digital economic transformation in Africa. It is true that Africa's digital economy is one of the best and one of the fastest growing globally, and this has been spurred by mobile connectivity and fintech innovations and a youthful population. According to GSMA 2023, Africa has over 570 million mobile subscribers. This figure was projected to grow by 7% annually. However, this initial surge has not uniformly translated into financial inclusions or improved governance. There are some structural inequalities, there are some infrastructural gaps, and there are weak regulatory frameworks, which are the limiting factors at the moment. Now, what does AI promise? The next slide. What does AI promise? AI in particular, the machine learning. There's a natural language processing there, and predictive analytics that can optimize decision making. It can automate service delivery and enable real-time assessment, real-time risk assessment in financial services, it can identify credit worthiness. The credit worthiness of individuals can be identified, and without formal credit histories. So in governance, AI can analyze public expenditure patterns, and it can also help to detect fraud. Now let's look at the financial inclusion aspect of AI. The financial inclusion through AI is a very important aspect, because financial inclusion means access to affordable, timely, and adequate financial services for all, especially the marginalized. According to the World Bank 2022, nearly 45% of sub-Saharan African adults remain unbanked. Now, the AI-driven innovation in fintech is there. The AI-driven innovations can enhance credit scoring. It can enhance credit scoring algorithm. Companies like Tata and Branch, they use AI to assess creditworthiness through smartphone, data, location, and SMS, and bill payment. They empower unbanked populations. So through AI-driven innovations in fintech, credit scoring algorithm has been very helpful. And also the chatbots for customer support have been very useful. There's AI chatbots like Nuru, which was being used by MasterCard Labs. It provides a multilingual 24/7 support, and it improves user trust and onboarding. So part of the financial inclusion through AI also involves voice recognition systems, whereby it is useful for illiterate users or low literacy regions, as seen in Vodacom Tanzania, the voice-based mobile banking systems. So this has helped in the financial inclusion through AI. Now there's a particular case study which M-Pesa, the AI integration in Kenya, what happened there. The M-Pesa Africa Flagship Mobile Money Platform has incorporated AI to enhance fraud detection and customer support. It has personalized loan services. It has enhanced products. And Fuliza, one of the products, and it extends nano loans based on usage patterns. So this is helping to boost micro entrepreneurship. These are key parts of financial inclusion through AI. Now, we are going to the area of risk management. Risk management in the era of AI is very, very symbolic, very significant. As we know, there are different types of risk. We have financial risk, we have operational risk, we have systemic risk, and we also have, under the financial risk, we talk about credit risk, market risk, and liquidity risk. Then on the operational risk side, we have fraud risk, and we have cyber attacks. And these cyber attacks can come in any form, either deception, espionage, and sabotage. And then on the systemic risk, we have cross-institutional failures. So AI can help in this era to manage some of these risks. When we look at from the beginning to the end of when the risk is identified, it can show a lot of things there. Now, let us look at the AI risk prediction and fraud protection. AI is very useful for predicting risks and for fraud detections. With AI models, we can detect anomalous patterns in transaction and data that will be missed by human auditors. And fraud detection controls using unsupervised learning, like can flag suspicious behavior in real time. AI can do that. I remember most of my years in audit and financial controls, I discovered that AI is becoming a very useful tool that can help financial experts to manage the risk. even though it cannot intervene in all these risk areas. Now, the third example that I want to give is the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, the NFI unit. Nigeria NFI is using AI-driven analytics for anti-money laundering, AML, and for combating the financing of terrorism, CFT. The AF system we are talking here is sift through millions of financial transactions to detect any illicit flow and improving compliance and transparency. You can see the advent of AI in managing these things. Now, on the area of governance and transformation, let's look at the area of governance and transformation through AI. How can AI enable governance? Now, when you look at AI, it can enable governance through the use of algorithms to support decision making and a public service delivery. It can help in policy analysis. It can help in transforming demands, not only data, but also institutional readiness and legal safeguards. AI is a powerful tool in governance transformation. Under the digital identity systems, the robust identity systems are fundamental. Estonia X-Road platform and India Aadhaar offered lessons to us on how this AI can be used to transform governance, especially on digital identity systems. The African MOSIP Modular Open Source Identity Platform is backed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They offer a scalable framework. So all strengths, this can strengthen identity verification via biometrics. Now let us look at the public sector efficiency under the governance transformation. There's a predictive modeling in resource allocation that can be done. Like AI can forecast budget needs in health. AI can forecast budget in education and needs in education. AI can forecast budgets and needs in agriculture and can help to reduce corruption and leakage. Now, on the natural language and processing for legal tests, the AI tools simplify laws, regulations, and legal processes, which can help in boosting access to justice. Now, on the ethical and regulatory considerations, there are many things to consider when it comes to ethical and regulatory considerations. AI system, I want you to understand that AI system can inherit and amplify societal biases. For example, credit scoring algorithms may penalize women or informal workers. It can localize data sets and include AI design, and inclusive AI designs are very critical. So AI can be used to profile things. So the use of bias is an issue there. Then data privacy is another concern. The African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, Malabo Convention, is a step forward. Though adoption still remains patchy. Countries therefore need stronger and data protection regimes that is modeled on GDPR or Kenya Data Protection Act. When we look at what is happening today, there's need for algorithm transparency. That is why citizens should have the right to understand how automated decisions are made, especially in sectors like lending, taxation, and policing and policing. Now, there's a barriers to AI adoption in Africa. What are these barriers? They are big challenges. The first barrier is data scarcity. What I mean by data scarcity is limited digitized structured data. And how can we mitigate this? We look at that one. But then look at the barriers first. The second one is a skills gap. There are few AI engineers today and data scientists. It's not only in Africa, also in Europe. We have another barrier, which is that of infrastructure. There are weak internet and electricity grids. Then policy uncertainty. There is unclear AI regulation and investment incentives. What are the mitigation strategies for all these barriers? One, for data scarcity, there is a need for data sharing frameworks and open data initiatives. For skills gap, there is a need for investment in STEM education and AI hubs. For infrastructure, there is a need for public-private partnership and satellite internet. And for policy uncertainty, there is need for regional harmonization, sandbox regulation. So the AI integrations ecosystem in Africa has some financial inclusions and risk governance ecosystem that needs to be developed. One, to manage the risk identification, to help in the risk identification process, to help in risk assessment and analysis, to help in risk evaluation, to help in risk mitigation, to help in monitoring and review of this risk, and the control that have been put in place, the mitigating options, and to enable communication and consultation. When we look at the AI global trends, we have the digital ID and KYC. The next slide. Now, the next slide. Thank you. So when we look at the AI financial inclusion and risk governance ecosystem, there's a global AI trend. It can help us in digital ID and KYC, know your customer, and also in the public sector services, and also in AI governance. Then on the lending side, they can help in driving lending. They can help in risk detection systems and inclusive financial model. So all these are very key. Now, what are the policy recommendations? You see, we have some policy recommendations. Now, the first one is to develop national AI strategies. Countries like Rwanda and Tunisia, they have launched their national AI strategies. Then all African nations should articulate clear frameworks that will cover ethics, investment, and infrastructure. And there's need to foster regional collaboration. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, they offer a platform for harmonized digital policies and AI integrations across member states. There's need to invest in data infrastructure. Governments must fund broadband expansion, national data centers, and open data repositories to support AI growth. There's need to encourage AI entrepreneurship. There must be a support for local startups through AI incubators, concessional funding, and regional competitions, e.g. the African AI Research Initiatives. In conclusion, AI is not a silver bullet, but a very powerful lever. If deployed with care, inclusivity, and foresight, it can democratize access to finance. It can mitigate systemic risk. It can rebuild trust in governance across Africa's digital economy. The key lies in combining technological innovation with institutional reform and community participation. African future prosperity hinges not just on AI adoption, but in ensuring that its deployment is equitable, transparent, and grounded in local realities. This is why Association of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning of Nigeria has collaborated with so many organizations across the globe to see how they can support the government of Nigeria in achieving this mandate. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Festus Ogumola. Please, let's applaud him one more time for that very insightful presentation. So we have one more presentation to go, and that will be made by the Director of Brand Engagements of NASA. Do we have Aya Collins online and ready for the presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for her as she takes up the stage at this point. You're highly welcome. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I hope you all can hear me okay. Sound check, are you all, am I coming in okay?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
Please go
all
ahead.
right. Wonderful. It is certainly an honor to join all of you today. Thank you so much for this honor. Congratulations on the Africa Space Economy Conference today and all that you all have accomplished over this week. As the presenter mentioned, I am Aya Collins. I have the privilege to serve NASA and oversee NASA's branding, its partnerships, its engagement within the Office of Communications at headquarters in Washington, D.C. If you would be so kind to put up my slides, we'll go on to the presentation. And I don't know if I'm supposed to have the view where I can see the slides at the same time, but I'm okay, there we go. All right, wonderful, thank you so much. All right, so I know I won't be before you long. I know I stand between your next portions of the day, so I promise you I will be brief, but I hope that I will be impactful and share some great information with you. So the presentation is aptly titled Beyond the Stars, and we're going to be talking about the global impact of NASA's brand and public engagement. But first and foremost, I want to communicate to you why it's important. What is our why and a scene setter? As you know, having a strong brand generates many things. It truly is one of the greatest assets of any organization. And the why today, as you think about your journey in the global space economy, why do we get so spun up over this thing called branding? Well, I'll tell you our why. Branding, if you have a strong brand for any organization, it attracts investment, it can fuel commercial space ventures, it contributes to economic growth, both directly and indirectly. For NASA, it helps to inspire public interest to continue to spur greater investments. So as you can see here on the screen, this is NASA's mission statement. I won't read it, but it is there for you to see. The key word I want to draw in your attention is the word inspires. Inspiring the world through discovery. Next slide, please. But in addition to that mission, I proffer to all of you today that NASA's greatest mission is not just reaching space, but inspiring Earth. How we inspire this next generation is equally as important as our future. We're only as strong as those we inspire to lead tomorrow. As we look at what NASA has been able to accomplish, and I have some interesting factoids and nuggets to share with you as we go along the way. NASA's brand, we had an independent study done by Carnegie Mellon, and the brand valuation sits at $5.5 billion. It is one of the strongest and most recognizable brands in the world. On X, the number of followers that, if you go back one slide, yeah, stay there, please. If you follow X and all of the personalities and profiles that are on there, NASA is the #1 brand on X as far as followership goes. Our merchandise cost there is valued at $22 billion. And how we protect the brand, this is one of the most important takeaways from this slide I want you all to hear, is our graphics standards for this agency was developed back in 1976. Let that sink in, 1976, so nearly 50, almost 50 years ago. I'm not going to give away my age, but it's almost as old as I am. Almost 50 years ago, the first brand regulations for the NASA brands were put together. It is regulated by federal code. So that is how important it is for the agency to protect one of its most valuable assets. Next slide, please. All right. So part of that why, as we talk about branding, the inspirational piece of it and inspiring generations from young to older and wiser, more seasoned. I don't like to say older, but more seasoned, wise. And part of our mission to reach those audiences can be a myriad of ways including film, documentaries, television, but also weaving our way into pop culture, whether it's music, fashion. NASA has touched many, many different genres. On this slide here, you can see our beloved Artemis II astronauts who appeared on The Late Show. The next picture features Missy Elliott, who is one of my personal heroes, but she did an amazing collaboration with us where we sent her music into space last year. Her songs, I Can't Stand the Rain, Super Duper Fly. For all y'all young heads in the audience, the hip hoppers, Missy is much beloved. Ryan Gosling there for his movies, and then of course the iconic film Apollo 13, which turns 30 years old this year. Cannot believe how long it's been since that film first came out. But inspiring through all of these different media has grounded NASA's brand in the hearts of a global world. Next slide, please. All right, another way in that our brand continues to reach and engage the world is through our partnerships and strategic alliances. I've included just a few of them here on this slide, but the key takeaway here is looking beyond your space organization, looking beyond yourselves to see who you can partner with, even if it's an unlikely tie-in or group. Think creatively. We reached out, we've partnered with Peanuts, Lego, Crayola, Barbie, Google, just to name a few. But the important piece there is meeting people where they are. Where do people work, play, and live? And tapping into audiences that may not be fans. How do you go after those untapped audiences? And I have some great folks on my team who spend a good portion of their time seeking out and looking for those opportunities to reach the untapped. If you're just preaching to the choir, you will limit your growth. So where do you go to find those who you can turn to become ambassadors for your organization? The statistic you see there on the screen says 86 million is the number that we have as far as the reach for our partnerships and their products and social media posts last year for our fiscal year 2024. Next slide, please. All right, our merchandise and branding. This piece here is really, really unique. I've been in federal service nearly 20 years, and NASA has one of the, I would say, most unique brands within the federal government, but even the world, of folks wanting to be a part of this thing called NASA. Whether they know about our missions or not, I will see young people wearing our t-shirts. I'm sure you see that as well. One of the things that is quite unique, and I wanted to share this information with you all today, is that NASA is part of the public domain. We do not have any exclusive rights or agreements with any organizations. We do not collect licensing fees. Merchandisers are able to leverage and use the NASA brand, but in collaboration with us. So our part of this great ecosystem is making sure how do they apply and use the brand. And so how do we work with those organizations to ensure that our brand is used correctly? On this next slide here, you'll see public engagement, another big piece of how we reach the masses, whether it's in-person events, large format scale events for publics at the trade shows or festivals. The picture on the right was at the Indiana Motor Speedway in Indianapolis. The picture on the left was during Black Space Week at the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. So we pick lots of opportunities and observances, hooks, if you will, to tie in and engage the public. So public events is a big part of what we do. There's a quote right there on the bottom of that slide that I just love. Public imagination is not a byproduct, it is the launch pad. And when we think about that, how do we spur, again, that next generation, leveraging their innovation, their imagination to reach them? It's a big part of our why and what we do each day at NASA. Next slide, please. All right, our guest operations. So this piece definitely is unique. Of course, we have the pleasure to have our Kennedy Space Center where we launch from, and our guest operations team has a very robust portfolio to engage the public, our esteemed international partners, dignitaries, our congressional members who come to see launches, and of course, our administration, our White House staff join us for those moments. The statistic here on the slide shows you that last year, and this is just the virtual guest stops portion, in addition to the in-person, we saw last year nearly 300,000 participants just on the virtual portion of our launches. So if you've never experienced that, please go to our website and sign up to join us for a virtual launch experience. Next slide, please. All right, conference participation, another big piece of what we do. I had the pleasure of meeting Philippa Udi at IAC last year in Italy, and it is the reason why I am here today. So the conferences really are a big part of reaching the community. Those are opportunities certainly for our leaders to share high value initiatives, share what's changing, share mission updates and successes, but also to hear from our partners all around the world, hear about innovative science, and certainly continue to build and strengthen those relationships. Next slide, please. All right, and then our stakeholder engagement. So as you all well know, the stakeholder piece is extremely important to any organization. These are your closest groups and organizations that you engage regularly, not necessarily the general public, but your other stakeholders that are important to your organization. Within the Office of Communications, NASA maintains a database that has over 800 plus stakeholders, and we message to those stakeholders monthly. So as you think about your branding, your marketing strategy, you want to make sure that you are communicating to those groups at least on a monthly basis. That continues to spur interest. It allows you to share information in a timely manner, but also it keeps you top of mind for those organizations. How do you stay connected? And that's a big part of the secret sauce of all things communications. Next slide, please. All right, so I went through those slides just a bit quickly, but I wanted to spend the balance of the time sharing with you the blueprint for our public engagement and share with you some tidbits that might be helpful to you on your journey. So the first bullet there talks about telling stories that inspire. This is, I would say, probably the cornerstone of any great storyteller. It's connecting with the human experience. First and foremost, no matter where we are on this beautiful and amazing planet, we are all humans. And so what is that story? Who is the protagonist? Who has overcome odds? What mission had several failures? Just yesterday, I had the privilege of watching our latest documentary called Cosmic Dawn that is now available on NASA Plus. Shameless plug for our beloved app that has incredible content on it. But the story talked about how many failures there were for the James Webb Space Telescope before reaching success. And in the documentary, they actually listed out, like, we had 391 failed tests. We had 291. There was another number that they listed there. But I thought, what a powerful moment in the story. Most of the time, we're celebrated when we reach the end, when we have that shiny thing or accomplishment to show. But nobody knows the story along the way. So telling stories that inspire, sharing where your setbacks are, certainly makes sharing the successes that much sweeter. So definitely the inspiration piece is key. And then humanizing the mission. We like to say that NASA's staff certainly are our most valuable asset. Our astronauts have families. Our engineers have families. And so as we move forward as a global space economy, it's important as we inspire the next generation to humanize those stories and insert the WIFM. I'm sure you've probably heard that acronym, the WIFM. What's in it for me? And that's a big part of humanizing any communications plan or strategy. How do you connect with those? So for NASA, that's a big piece for us. Partner broadly, from classrooms to corporations. I shared with you just a few of our partners that we have formal Space Act agreements with. But the partnership piece, whether it's a formally inked partnership or simply a strategic alliance that is not part of an official document or agreement or MOU, you can get much more done with others going with you. So partnerships is key. If there's something that you don't have, and for us in the Office of Communication, we look at brand strategy. What is another organization's reach? Who else are they serving that maybe we don't already tap into our audience? So how do we leverage the power of their audience? How do we leverage their moments and resources? So it's super important to look at where you have opportunities to partner. The classroom is certainly very, very big stakeholder for NASA and working with our educators. For us, that also speaks to our talent pipeline. How do we get that next generation of STEM professionals engaged? And it's through our classrooms. It's through the K through 12 engagement. It's through the post-secondary and a lot of the work that we do there. And last but certainly not least, making it participatory. The citizen science and crowd sourcing is a key piece. Citizen science for any science organization is a big component. We have reached so many heights by leveraging what our citizen scientists bring to bear and what they offer. So looking at how do you make your organization participatory at the lowest levels, meaning somebody who doesn't have a scientific or technical background, they may not be steeped in the latest AI trends, but do they have a love of looking up at the sky, at the stars? How do we make it accessible to them? One of the things I tell my staff is, would my grandmother understand it? Would she appreciate it? And so we always want to think about your different audiences and who you're reaching at any given time. Next slide, please. All right, so that was some nuggets. What I just shared with you on the slide before was the blueprint for the public engagement side of the house. And now I'm going to share just a few takeaways with you on NASA's blueprint for brand building. So those earlier slides, what I walked through and shared with you, the brand valuation at 5.5 billion, it takes a lot of work to reach that level as far as a brand valuation goes, and a lot of work and intentionality that goes in behind it. So these are some of those building blocks, if you will, for any organization, and I wanted you all to have information that you could leverage and replicate for your organizations as well. But having a strong identity. Most brands will put together what we call tenets of their brand. Who are they? What do they believe? Their mission statements. A brand may even have an identity. And I think that concept is really unique to people, or a brand voice. Who are they speaking to, or what is the tone? During my years at the White House under President Bush and then under President Obama, managing the National Youth Anti-Drug Media Campaign, we went through a full round of, probably took us about 6 months when we changed our brand called Above the Influence to come up with what that brand identity was. And through Pew Research and data and understanding who we were messaging to, we determined that our brand identity was that of the older, wiser sister. That was the tone in which we spoke outward facing on our social media and in our television commercials. So brand identity is key. Authenticity, another very big and important component there. People know when you're not authentic. So making sure that the content that you develop, any campaigns that you put together, understanding your why and being as authentic as possible is super important. The next one down says understanding your audience. That is absolutely important. Doing your market research. Any organization has multiple audiences that they're targeting at any given time. But what I would share with you is picking those moments. You know who you're speaking with at any particular time or audience, and making sure that you're taking the time to understand that audience demographic, regional, if you're working internationally, what is in it for them, and building your communication strategy around that audience. The emotional connection, of course, we are humans first. I always said if you target the heart first, you usually have a better chance of reaching the audience. So heart before head is something that that I employ with my teams and has worked for me over the years. Consistency, having your key messages remain consistent is very important. So as an organization, what are your 3 key messages? Most people have very short attention spans. They can only typically digest maybe 3 key messages at any given time. So for organizations, when you look at your annual calendar, what is that drumbeat? What are those 3 key messages that you are going to continue to drive home within that year, or maybe within a given quarter? What are those messages? So having that consistency is key. We talked about storytelling, of course, the humanization piece, and making sure you have a great story to tell. Delivering on the promise as a brand, and NASA's key takeaway is exploring for the benefit of all humanity. So making sure that we are inclusive, making sure that we are delivering on that promise, recording and sharing our missions and message, and making sure it's accessible and available to all of the public is that promise that we deliver on. And then I put consistency again, and I love important enough to list twice, because being consistent in your branding and your messaging certainly will serve to keep your brand strong, give you longevity, and certainly will continue to connect to audiences across the world. So I hope this information has been useful and helpful to you today. It's certainly an honor to join you. I'm happy to take any questions. I don't know if we have that format set up to do questions and answers, but it certainly has been an honor to join you all today. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together once again for her, for that very elaborate session. So before she leaves, let me find out, do we have questions for her, comments, reactions? Okay, I'll assign numbers. We have time for this, okay? You're number 1. Who else has something to say, a comment? You're number 2, sir. Do we have more hands? Number 3. Number 4, please take note of your numbers. Please, hope she's still online to entertain the questions and the comments we have. I have 4, right? Okay, I can take at least 5. Okay, 4. Please, let's have a microphone for the reactions and questions for this session. Thank you. Please bring the mic this way. Thank you. This way, this way.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Ari. I wanted to find out what your thoughts are on segmenting your audience. Because when your audience is really vast and you're talking to so many people like we do at World Space Week, it's very difficult sometimes to know what messaging is right for which audience when you're not speaking to one particular set of people. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that and how to go about that. Thank you.
Thank you. What a great question. So when we think about audience segmentation, and you gave the example of World Space Week, those key messages, when I gave those last few points at the end of remaining consistent with your message, when you're in a general market space where you have multiple audiences you're talking to, that's where you want to hit home with your top 3 key messages for your organization. If it is that general market audience and you know you're not talking to scientists or technical audience, you want to make sure you're connecting with the heart. What's in it for them? How can you make space understandable and accessible to them? For my grandmother, when I gave that example of why would it be important to my grandmother when we talk about, well, the experiments that we do in the space station are helping us understand and beat diabetes. That's something she can connect to because she is a diabetic. So looking for those ways in to make it relatable and palatable for that audience is going to go much further and seeding in your top 3 key messages when you're in a room of multiple audiences. Great question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Aya, for your presentation. My question is this. Space still remains a very niche area here in Africa. Investors still struggle to understand what role they have to play. I would like you to help us by telling us how branding can help make a clearer understanding of this and who takes the lead in this regard. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. So how branding connects and intersects with investors? It really plays a huge part in it because your messaging and your identity spurs that desire to connect. Who you are as an organization and your brand and what you stand for. So whether you have a tagline, branding truly is a science. Once you take the time to develop your brand identity, your tenets, if you have a tagline, you are beating that drum day in and day out. The investors will connect with that authenticity. Your story will connect with them. But there's one key element. It's that innovation piece, because oftentimes there are many relationships that aren't as transparent. So for NASA, I mentioned that we have a few folks on my team who are very good at identifying what we call the unlikelies. Where are there connections that maybe aren't visible to the naked eye? How do we find what we call a way in to connect and intersect those brand tenets or a piece of our brand story with another organization? And oftentimes it's the least likelies that spur the greatest investment in an organization. Whether it's art, you all know that STEAM and adding the A to STEM has been a great unifier for the field, and bringing folks into the organization, bringing folks into STEM and science and technology through art, through media, through engaging them through artificial intelligence and new technologies. It's a great unifier. So I would say your brand absolutely connects, brings investors, but then also it's that hunt of where are those connections where I can innovate and see where my story overlaps with somebody else's.
Yeah.
Great question, thank you.
Good afternoon. My own question is, are there provisions for astronaut trainings for Africans?
Great question. The astronaut training, and I'm not on that side of the house, but what I can tell you is that NASA does have their astronaut application period each year for folks to apply to, but I'm not as familiar with the international regulations or how the training would work for our beloved African applicants or partners. It's a good question. I certainly can follow up and send information to Philippa to get that answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Elams, a science communication specialist. I actually got interested when you're talking of the blueprints on make sure you reach out to all categories of people. But my question, please, is to further explain the type of communication strategy you deploy to ensure that the space program is all-inclusive, especially to attract the desired investors and the end users. And again, in terms of policy, what advocacy approach do you also apply to ensure that the policymakers also understand the essence of a space program, especially to make it commercially viable? Thank you.
It's a great question and multi-layered. So I'll answer twofold. The first question you asked was the strategies for our communication strategies and how do we tackle our communication strategy and plan to make it robust and make sure we're connecting with all. So much like any organization, once we do our market research, and for NASA, you know, we are, a lot of folks ask if we are in competition with the commercial industry. And that's absolutely not correct. We don't see the commercialization of space as a competitor. They are our partners. And so how we message and integrate with across all sectors, whether it's commercial, intergov, stakeholders, nonprofits, academia, is developing, much like you said, that robust communications plans with all of those target audiences identified in that plan, developing ways in, quarterly, even monthly or quarterly annual strategies to then make sure we are messaging across the widest audiences. We employ, like many organizations, all facets. So whether it's video, social, traditional, web articles and outreach, news media, We talked about our NASA Plus app, so connecting, making sure we are creative in our content, and then through the partnerships, through our stakeholder outreach. So it's definitely a multi-layered communication strategy. And when you talk about the second piece of your question was the policy piece and advocacy. And that really, our stakeholder relations office, of course, our legislative affairs office, and most importantly, our Office of Interagency and International Relations, OIIR, work with and handle all of our policy, our advocacy with partners and segments at that level, so the international. So that's not my lane, but I can tell you that from the years of experience that those agencies have been engaging, their practices, their policies, and their strategies are most certainly inclusive. If you just look at our Artemis Accords, and we're pleased that have so many of our African partners for the Artemis Accords as well. So definitely it's a fully robust strategy where we seek to be as inclusive as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll take more questions. Just before then, let me specially recognize the presence of the second Deputy President of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ACCI. Please join me as I make welcome Dr. Aliu Idi Hong. Please put your hands together for him. You're highly welcome, sir. Is here and will be a part of the closing formalities of this edition of the conference. Let's have more questions. I'll assign numbers again.
Yeah.
Were you counted the first time?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question is, what specific program does NASA have with emerging countries like Nigeria to promote the idea of space? What specific programs does NASA have with a country like Nigeria to promote the idea of space?
Specific program. Because I'm in the Office of Communications, I don't want to say something out of turn. I'm not sure about this. I know we have specific programs and engagements with Nigeria and other African countries, but I wish I knew more about it. I just don't know all of the specifics, unfortunately, since I'm in the Office of Communications.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more? We can still take two more. Do we have more reactions? Do we have more?
Hello?
Okay, we have one here. Let's have the mic. And then maybe the last after that, before we move. I think the chairman of the LOC may have to appoint someone to say a very big thank you to the guest speaker. So let's have the two before we take reactions. Thank you. Please go ahead. The mic, please. Please have this.
Good afternoon, all. I want to ask particularly because this particular event is meant for Africa, and Africa happened to be one of the largest markets in the sector. But it's quite unfortunate that the previous question was not having an answer because Africa plays a critical role, and it's as if Africa is being sidelined in this sector, in the global space. But when you look at it in so many ways, most of the technological sources of materials that is meant to produce what we are using in the global technological industry is from Africa. So we need to know how Africa can be incorporated in most of these projects, initiatives that is running in the global space. Like looking at a platform like NASA, not incorporating or not having a program or a capacity or an initiative to carry the continent along. It's very important that we have a way forward in this regard, because Africa is the future economy, is becoming a powerhouse in this industry, and it has been sidelined. And it's not a way forward for that, for this space sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comment, and I hear you. So please, I don't want you to take offense, because I don't know. I am in communications, a branding and marketing expert, so I'm not within our Office of Interagency and International Relations. I do know that there are programs and work that is happening with Africa at the agency, and I know that Karen Feldstein and others, our head of the Office of International, recently visited the continent, but I'm not able to speak on any of that activity. But Africa is very, very important, and I take your comments seriously. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aya. I'll just wrap it up here. The meeting is to bring the handshake between us and the international community, which is what she's doing. You know, we'll take this as a contribution, you get, because, you know, she's not the one sidelining Africans. The exploration of these minerals are done with government consent, and they're paid for. And as you can see, we've built capacity. For example, NASDAQ has a lot of capacity, and we're continuing to build capacity in this area. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. We must thank the Brand Engagement Director of NASA, Aya Collins. Please, let's put our hands together vigorously for her wealth of experience, for her insights, and her enormous contributions to the discussions so far. Thank you so much, Collins. Thank you so much. We're so happy that you joined us for this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last presentation before we go into the closing formalities is going to be coming from the president of the International Astronautical Federation, IAF, Mr. Clay Murray. He will be speaking on investment opportunities in the Africa space economy, business opportunities, and policy pathways. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Clay Murray. You're highly welcome, and your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for having me for this amazing conference and exhibition that you're putting on in Nigeria. And I regret I can't join you for the conference today. I just returned from the Paris Air Show in my current capacity, also as the CEO of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, so I was unable to schedule it to be there. But I want to thank Nigeria's National Space Research and Development Agency and the Abuja Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak today. It's a pleasure to address this conference. As mentioned, I'm the president of the International Astronautical Federation, which is an organization of 563 members from 81 countries, including all the leading space agencies, companies, research organizations, societies, and institutes around the world. I am also the Chief Executive Officer of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, which is a 35,000 member engineering institute in the US, but also globally. We have 6,000 members around the world. And more recently, I just started teaching a course called Rocket Economics at Georgetown University in Washington about the business of space. All of that is just to say that I guess I have a hard time saying no when people ask me if I want to take on a new challenge. But let me say that I love my work. I'm passionate about space and about the future direction of the space economy. I often say that now is the most exciting time in space. I've been in this industry for 30 years, more than 30 years, and the future is now, and it's happening. We're driven forward by a lot of factors now in the space economy. One of the keys is the reusability of launch systems. We see Blue Origin's New Glenn, New Shepard, SpaceX with Falcon 9 and their Starship launches, Falcon 9, by the way, is scheduled to fly over 200 times this year, almost every other day. They're trying to launch that vehicle into space for a huge variety of applications, including human spaceflight, cargo resupply missions, global internet, scientific missions. We're seeing right now commercial landers on the moon for the very first time. iSpace has tried a couple times now. They're learning their lessons. Firefly stuck the landing with their Blue Ghost lander. We're seeing national missions actually returning samples from the moon. And commercial space stations are on the horizon with VAST, Axiom, and Starlab looking to replace the International Space Station when it reaches its end of operational life at the end of this decade. We have over 10,000 active satellites in orbit above Earth right now, which is an order of magnitude more than we had a decade ago. I used to run the Satellite Industry Association early in my career. At that point in time, we had about 350 commercial satellites active in orbit, and now there's over 9,000 just in the commercial sector. Bulk of those, of course, are Starlink, but there's a lot more coming, and we see huge amount of growth, double-digit growth every year in that sector. And it's not just the launch piece, but these are smaller, more powerful satellites that are being launched on a scale we've never seen before. We're reaching economies of scale in this sector akin to what you would see in a much more mature industry like the automotive industry or the consumer electronics industry. We're building literally thousands of spacecraft a year on automated production lines, and the same with launch. Now we're seeing, as I said, 200 launches a year for Falcon 9. It becomes a much different proposition in terms of access to space. We are on pace today to see over 40,000 active this decade. So again, huge growth that's coming in on the horizon and across a huge set of applications. Last fall, I was proud to host the International Astronautical Congress in Milan, Italy. It was a gathering of over 11,000 space professionals from around the world. It was the largest gathering in the history of the space community. And by the way, we were there in Milan, which is where Leonardo da Vinci and others talked about these types of things we wanted to do in space over 600 years ago. So there was a lot of things there, bringing that group together, seeing a huge Congress, and it was the first time we were able to gather 62 space agencies and national offices from around the globe for a single meeting, a summit of all those space agency leaders. We, in fact, have now 80 countries in the world that have active space programs. So this is an extraordinary amount of growth and what we're seeing with these space powers. This is what was once the domain of superpowers, of huge governments. It was a very small and exclusive club, is now very vibrant, and it's spreading globally. And we're increasing the number of countries involved in space every year, and we have this, quote, new space economy that's emerged with a lot of private entrants, a lot of private capital, venture capital from around the world that's been flooding into this industry and helping to fuel that growth. So not just governments, but a lot of commercial investment as well. There's estimates all around the world about the size of that space economy. A lot of it depends on what you include in those figures. McKinsey and Company is now saying that we're going to reach 1.8 trillion in a space economy by 2035. The numbers range from about half a trillion to well over $1 trillion, depending on whether or not you include some of the applications on the ground and services. If ride-hailing services like Uber and Lyft here in the U.S. were included, that number gets even larger. And it's driven by all these new market entrants and applications for space. Whereas, before space was seen as this strategic capability of nations, it's really now a necessity for countries to communicate, to navigate, and investigate. This is the 21st century. This is what we're looking for. I'll give you an example, which is in your smartphone. Most smartphones, the iPhone, for instance, has the capability in the chip technology to receive signals from 5 different navigation systems, including the Global Positioning System in the United States, Galileo in Europe, GLONASS from Russia, Beidou from China, and QZSS from Japan. This is incredible that in one phone you can have 5 PNT, position, navigation, and timing receivers to help you to navigate the world. And all these applications on your phone are linked back to that position, navigation, and timing data regarding your location, where you are, what you're doing, and that's used for both commercial applications and emergency services. And Africa as a continent is actually joining this space transformation. From a limited number of projects, the continent's participation in space has expanded into Pan-African movement, and in recent decades, with over 20 countries are now conducting active space activities and increasing their investment in space. I would say that, moreover, the African Space Agency is now encompassing all 55 countries of the African Union, and it's making it the most inclusive regional space agency in the world. So this is really fantastic to see. And space is increasingly seen now, I believe, in Africa as a crucial tool for both development and for sovereignty. This is providing data and services to improve the daily life and economic prospects of the countries throughout the African region. And that aligns with the African Union's agenda for 2063, a vision for a prosperous and integrated Africa, and as well with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. So, as it's often said, we go to space to benefit people's lives here on Earth. I taught a class this spring at Georgetown University called Rocket Economics, and I want to say the main point I tried to deliver to my students in that course was that we spend more money actually here on Earth than we do in orbit. So when people think about that space, they think about it as something almost mystical, magical. It's unique. It's space. Not everyone understands the physics and what we do to operate in space. But I always tell my students, remember that the money is made here on planet Earth, and this money that's spent on space, the bulk of that is done here on planet Earth. Now, I worked in the launch sector for over 20 years for Arianespace, the European launch services company, and for Blue Origin with New Shepard and New Glenn. And launch is always a sector where people identify. It's the one that's the most exciting. There's fire, there's smoke, there's dramatic rocket launches, and sometimes failures. And it gets people excited about space. But it's actually the smallest part of this huge space economy that we're talking about. It's about a $4 billion sector, which sounds large, but when you think about a $500 billion or $1 trillion space economy, that's a very small part. Now, launch is, of course, critical to the business and to our collective success. The price of access to space has been reduced by over 60% in the last decade, and it's falling even farther now with the advent of new, larger, reusable launch systems like New Glenn, like Falcon 9 and Starship that's coming. These new systems, by the way, not only have an amazing amount of lift capability, so New Glenn is at 45 metric tons to low Earth orbit, and Starship is advertising over 100 metric tons, but they also have amazing amount of payload volume inside of their payload fairings on top of the rocket, which opens up a whole nother realm for satellite manufacturers and operators to think about how many satellites could they pack inside the top of that rocket, or large satellites with huge antennas that can connect, for instance, directly to your cell phone on the ground, to your mobile device. How can you think about scientific missions instead of with the James Webb Space Telescope packing that into a very tight envelope inside of an Ariane 5, you can now have much more freedom of design to build satellites that can provide amazing amounts of capability directly here on planet Earth. According to the Space Foundation, and these are some statistics just about the size and scope of the various elements of the space economy, it's that position, navigation, and timing that's generating the bulk of the revenue in this sector. It's over $200 billion. It's the largest single driver. It's followed, by the way, by ground stations and equipment, which is over $112 billion in terms of turnover. Satellite television comes in at $77 billion. And then you have satellite internet, mobile, fixed services at roughly $23 billion. These are the largest pieces of that. But we also see amazing growth in Earth observation. This is now a rapidly growing sector. It's over $6 billion in turnover. And we see that as one of the future pillars of the space economy going forward. Now let me turn the page back to Africa, which, of course, is the second largest continent on planet Earth. It's the cradle of humanity. It covers over 12 million square miles and home to over 1.2 billion human beings. I like to say that Africa needs space and space needs to serve Africa. Over the past decade, the African space ecosystem has started to expand rapidly, and we're seeing a movement now, not just by government-run programs, but also a mix of startups, universities, and public-private initiatives. And that space ecosystem is diversifying. Government agencies, of course, may remain the key players. I talked about the National Space Research and Development Agency. We also have SANSA from South Africa, their National Space Agency, Egypt Space Agency, Algeria, and newer agencies in Kenya, Rwanda, and Angola. They're increasingly working alongside private companies, universities, and startups. And I'd say the creation of the African Space Agency is a pivotal step forward for the continent. First envisioned by the African Union in 2016. It's officially inaugurated back in 23, a year and a half ago. It's headquartered in Egypt, and we're looking forward to seeing that organization grow, and I look forward to visiting it sometime soon, either in my capacity as IAF president or in my capacity as the head of AIAA. And, let me add that the continent's space industry is starting to emerge. There's over 300 new space companies now in the value chain in Africa, and that's an incredible, congratulations, by the way, that's an incredible amount of growth that we've seen over the past decade. And those efforts have traditionally focused and continue to do so on downstream applications. Another point that I make to my students always is that when you think about space, it's about a digital economy, it's about ones and zeros, it's about satellite communications and Earth observation and navigation, and it's these services on the ground where countries that might not have the ability or access to capital, to be able to build their own systems, but they can make money and they can build an economy by utilizing those services and creating applications on the ground that benefit humans. So the ambitions of Africa, I think, are moving upstream. They're including things like spaceports, like satellite manufacturing and lunar exploration. I think Nigeria, Rwanda, Angola are all signatories to the Artemis Accords, which has well over 50 countries now signed on. And I think it's important for Africa to have a voice in those space initiatives as we move forward, both looking at it from governments and as well as the private sector. And the international partnerships are key to that. Foreign suppliers are going to continue to play an integral role here, but I think there's a clear ability for Africa to start to integrate into that supply chain for satellite manufacturing, for ground systems and others, taking advantage of a number of the natural capabilities that are there. CubeSats, for instance, are an important access point to start small satellites. There's the small satellite event that takes place in Utah every summer in August. It's now moved to Salt Lake City. And you see countries and students from all around the world attending that event with CubeSat programs where there's very low barriers to access to entering the marketplace. Now, Africa, I think, as a continent, has a strategic geographical position, and it has, of course, vast natural resources. Some of the speakers I listened to earlier talked about that being a driving force for the economic growth of Africa and improving the quality of life on the ground, as well as scientific knowledge about what's happening in the environment and with the diverse ecosystem. We look at that space economy and how those applications are driving growth opportunities. Earth observation for development, satellite imagery, of course, is crucial for tackling issues like food security, resource management, urban planning, climate monitoring, disaster response, and, of course, national defense. Communications are helping to bridge the divide. I talked a bit about direct-to-device services, but also satellite internet, satellite capabilities for connecting to the cloud and to digital services and PNT, as well as ground stations as a service. I would say that upstream, as we look at things like spaceports and satellite manufacturing, we can see those capabilities starting to grow, and I would encourage countries and entrepreneurs to grow into those capabilities. By the way, we've seen this in Latin America as well, and parts of the Indo-Pacific region, where these are natural entry points for countries that are emerging space nations that want to get involved in the sector, and they're looking for applications and ways to do that. Now, I'm not going to ignore that there are challenges here. There is limited funding and investment, of course. Most of African space programs are not funded at a place where we'd like to see that kind of growth, and private investment is still relatively nascent. Of course, the skill gap in terms of engineering capabilities, specialized skills in software development and design engineering, and then using private capital to help engender those. There's infrastructure, of course, that needs to be addressed. And I would say the regulatory and policy framework as well is still being developed in a lot of the countries across the region. So that creates a bit of fragmentation, a bit of coordination issues, but those are starting to be solved, and I think there's a lot of focus. We've done some workshops at the ICs, the past couple of ICs on African space, led by the U.S. Department of Commerce and Rose Crozier there, and we want to see that continued engagement and growth, and we're happy to host at the upcoming International Astronautical Congresses, which, by the way, this year will take place in Sydney, Australia, in late September, early October. The year after, we're going to Antalya, Turkey, and then after that, in 27, we're going to Poznan, Poland. And so we invite African companies and countries and space agencies to attend that event and be part of that dialogue and to learn. Some of the enablers for the African space economy, I would say, would be integrating space into education and skill building, and I'll address a little bit some of the things I do in my daily jobs to try to bring in the next generation of space professionals and leaders and how we drive that. Public-private partnerships are a huge part of collaborating between the public sector and the private sector to leverage complementary strengths and drive innovations in this sector, and fostering cross-sector collaboration amongst government, academia, and industry is also important to that. And you see that a lot in the developed space countries of the world. In Europe and the U.S., we have a lot of that where we rely on the university system. We rely on collaboration between the government, university, and private companies at forums and in programs to foster the growth of different applications from space. It's a bit tricky to build that capacity, but once you have that capacity in place, it really is a multiplier for growth in the sector. So I would also encourage the leaders here to look at leveraging international partnerships for capacity building in the space sector. That means working with international companies, with other space agencies, with universities for cross-learning, for development, and following some of the paths that have already been blazed by some of the countries that are really starting to develop their own capacity. Again, starting at a small scale with CubeSats, with applications on the ground, and then leveraging those capabilities into more advanced space capabilities over time. A big part of that is keeping that policy and regulatory framework in a place where the companies in your countries can have assurance about how to enter the market and what the regulatory piece will look like for them, as well as working with international partners. So they're looking for stability. They're looking for a regulatory framework where they can know how to invest and operate in the countries and developing innovation hubs in different regions of the world. And I think, by the way, that Africa represents a huge opportunity when we think about those partnerships. I talked about the size and scope of the continent, but there are amazing markets there, and of course the diversity of Africa, I think, is a really interesting place for us to look at space to grow. What makes a country a good place to do business in space? I would say that, overall, the commercial space industry is still relatively young. Now, it started in the late 60s and early 70s with large international treaty-based organizations to do satellite communications, but really the acceleration has taken place over the past decade. And so, as I said, I've been in the sector for over 30 years, but it's really in the last 10 years that we've seen incredible growth and advancements. How was it that it kind of stalled, and now we're in this massive growth phase? Well, there's a lot of technologies that came to bear, like advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing, advancements in software, artificial intelligence, access to digital resources and design. These are all things where the capabilities that used to take years to develop some of these space technologies can now be done in literally in days. And so taking advantage of that is important. Africa has somewhat of an advantage in that it has the African Space Council, it has the African Space Agency. These will help also leverage capabilities across the continent and then with fostering development of different space agencies and offices around the region. let me say for the government leaders in the room that good policy sets the stage for good business in your countries and in the region. And those rules and regulations will matter. Implementation of those rules and regulations will matter. And that's going to allow people to find their direction and meet licensing requirements and processes. So look to develop those. That's a critical part of opening access for your domestic players and the international partners that may be working with them to help to gain access. So that just means making it easy to do business in countries, to reduce friction, to use open protocols and best practices and technical solutions so that the design freedom can be there to allow companies to access Africa and to build. When you're looking at how working with partners, you should use predictable and kind of known standards in business to allow that to happen. I think the Western companies are eager to learn, to adapt, to find ways to do business with partners on the ground in Africa to grow that space economy. And as I said, more money is going to be spent on the ground in your countries around Africa by those commercial players than it will be actually in orbit. So there's a lot of work to be done there. And of course, there still are some gaps and barriers to those to entry. Of course, there's a knowledge gap. Building ground infrastructure is well understood for things like roads and telecommunications services and water and railroads, but space doesn't quite have that luxury. It's unfamiliar territory. The international frameworks around access for space are not as well known. And so even in advanced countries, you see that building a spaceport, getting it licensed in the United Kingdom or other countries around the world, Australia. It takes a lot to build those regulatory frameworks to understand how you would license a spaceport or ground systems to operate in those countries. So that is still a barrier to entry in different places, but there are known frameworks for this now. And there's the ability to learn from what's been done in other countries and to employ that in countries across the African continent. So let me turn for a second to talk about the next generation and some of the things as well that can be done on that. So as I said, I'm the president of the IAF. I'm the CEO of AIAA. I'm also the president of our foundation, the AIAA Foundation. I also have worked for about 3 decades trying to work on development programs for next generation space leaders. So I've been involved in the Young Space Leaders Program at the IAF. I've been on the board of the Space Generation Advisory Council, which is an international organization with 35,000 members around the world, including many of the nations in Africa. I co-founded the Future Space Leaders Foundation in the United States to raise money to send deserving American young space leaders, these are students, undergraduate students, to present papers at the IC and other conferences around the world or around the country. And all of these things go back to trying to help foster that next generation, which when I started in the business of space 32 years ago, we didn't have that luxury. As a young person, those organizations didn't exist, and you had to kind of find your own way. Now we have organizations, we have scholarships, we have grant programs, we have other ways that we can have students come present their first paper, enter their first competition, and be able to learn, meet other student leaders from around the country. And this is really about knowledge and learning and the experience, and to see what's happening in other countries around the world and then bring that back to the African continent. In my position as the head of AIAA, we have 263 student branches around the world. And by the way, I want to double that number, and I'm going to put myself a challenge to see how many new student branches we can develop with universities in Africa. This is a new challenge for me now to figure out how do we grow within that region. I just got back from a couple of competitions that we had in the sector. We did something called Design, Build, Fly in Tucson, Arizona, where we had 94 teams competing in building remote-controlled aircraft, flying those with different mission sets, 14 different countries. And by the way, it was the international players that came and won most of the competition. You think about the U.S. players dominating. No, we had teams from India, from Bangladesh, from Australia, from across Europe that were all competing in the competition, and they did quite well. In fact, they were 1 and 2, placed 1 and 2, and their papers did very well. And if some of these countries can send teams from Bangladesh, for instance, I think we can get more teams from Africa to come into these competitions. I was just last week at the IREC competition, which is it's the International Rocket Engineering Competition. It's put on by ESRA. It was in Midland, Texas. We had 143 teams there building and launching rockets from universities all around the country, or all around the world. 30 countries and 2,000 students were there participating. And these, by the way, those skill sets and what you learn in terms of building and flying teams, these are things that companies are looking for because you have then the experience to set a budget, to set technical goals, to build something, to fail, by the way, to crash your airplane, to crash your rocket, recover from that, and then fly again. These are the skills that will foster the next generation of leaders in our sector. And so I encourage African countries to look at how we can get more students and university teams involved. How do we find ways to enable them and pay for them to attend and fly in these competitions? So let me leave it there with my remarks. I'm happy to take questions from the audience here, but again, it was my pleasure to talk with you today, and I'm committed to helping try to grow the African space sector, both in all my capacities and roles that I'm serving in now. I'm eager to learn more about it. I want to go back to the continent to visit. The last time I was there was in South Africa when we hosted the IC in Cape Town, but I would love to come back to the region and see what else we can do. We are, by the way, going to Rwanda for a space conference next year with the Rwandan Space Agency, so we're looking forward to that at the IAF. And so there's a lot happening in the region, and I'm eager to get involved and to see what I can do to assist in the growth of the space sector across the region. So let me leave it there, and I'm happy to take questions from the audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much. Last minutes, we've been listening to Mr. Clay Mori, the president of the International Astronautical Federation. We can just accommodate 2 very short questions, and then we proceed while we await the arrival of the second vice president of Abuja Chamber of Commerce. As soon as it comes in, this program will get on its way. Please, 2 very short questions. We have 1 from Dr. Kachuku, and then 2. Please, let's have a roving mic for the accommodation of these 2 questions, and then the president, IAF, will take the answers. Thank you. Do we have mics?
Thank you very much. The name is Engineer Dr. Akachuku. I'm from the NASDA, the Space Agency of Nigeria. That's a very good presentation from the President AIAA. I've been a member of that association for over 10 years, really. And some people in NASDA also. But I noticed that you talked about, in your presentation, you talked about an event that took place in Midland, Texas, in June this year. You had over 2,000 students competing, representing about 145 universities and teams from about 21 countries. The question is how many of these universities are from Africa? And these 2,000 students, do you have people from Africa too? If you do, we also want to have your plans. What next time you want to do such a thing, so that, because the country currently has a program for students and especially the youths in this aspect. Thank you very much.
I will, I'm a little sorry to say I don't have the statistics at my fingertips with respect to where all those country teams came from. I will follow up. I will talk with the organizers and find exactly if we had teams from Africa and provide that back to the organizers.
Yeah. My questions are, in Nigeria, we have these challenges of producing astronauts. with you as the MD and CEO of the American Institute of Astronaut and Aeronautics, can we get any scholarship trainings, internship for inspiring Nigerian astronauts under the Artemis Accord, Moon to Mars mission, or even any astronaut training available?
So the last couple of years of my career, I worked on building commercial space stations. So I worked for Voyager Space on the Starlab program, and I worked for Vast Space. And I would say that let's say the financial point for entry into the astronaut programs is still higher than we would like to see it. Its price point is depending on what type of mission you're sending for an astronaut over what duration, can range from 50 million to 150 million US dollars, which is still quite expensive, and I understand a huge barrier for African countries in trying to put an astronaut in space. Now, there have been programs that has happened. There are also, though, for orbital space, that's one piece of it, and there are commercial missions that are being put together, by the way, at aggressive price points now, both for the International Space Station and for private space stations that are looking to be launched over the next 5 years. I would encourage African space agencies to look and talk to some of these commercial providers, Axiom, Starlab, Vast, about the potential for access, for training, maybe for finding programs where they could have a critical role in it and achieve a much lower price point for access into an astronaut mission over a shorter duration, not a 6-month necessarily mission in low Earth orbit, but something at a shorter duration, a 2-week mission or 3-week mission, where you could still accomplish science, where you could still create excitement around a national program and fly a professional astronaut to space that could achieve a number of those goals. So that's one way. I would say the other piece, with a much lower access point, if we wanted to start, would be on suborbital flights. And so you have Virgin Galactic, you have Blue Origin, New Shepard. These, at a much, much lower cost level, would allow some training and scientific missions to fly into above the Kármán line or above 50 miles in allowing astronauts to do work and scientific research. So that would be another price point at a much lower level. We do not, as an organization, have scholarships around that, but I think there are other organizations out there, Space for Humanity, there's others that are trying to engender greater participation from countries around the world and are offering access and grants and scholarships to programs that would allow people to fly that at a much lower price point. So I would look at that. I think through NASA and the Artemis Accords, of course, I'm not going to speak for NASA, but I think NASA and a number of the European Space Agency and others could be an avenue for African space agencies to discuss how they could get involved in training and sponsoring and participation either in, as I say, commercial flights or space agency flights to the ISS and then to these commercial platforms. So there's a lot of paths there. It's pretty new in terms of the commercial access to space. We're waiting for the Axiom's 4th mission right now to the ISS. There's Vast and others are thinking about bidding on future missions. And so there are definitely access points there. If anyone of the agencies are interested, I'm happy to provide you with contact points at those companies where you can start to foster discussions around that. And even, by the way, as was mentioned in the question, if it's just to start with training, I think that's a huge hurdle. You know, if you look at countries like Canada and others, Japan, a lot of times they will get first their astronauts trained up and then look for the opportunity to fly. And so I would start with training as the lower entry point. I would start with suborbital as the lower entry point. I would look at commercial missions to these commercial space stations. Those are all avenues to begin to think about flying astronauts from the African continent.
Thank you very much. Please, let's once again put our hands together for Mr. Clay Murray, President, International Astronautical Federation, for his insights on the subjects under review. Thank you very much. Mr. Clay, we appreciate your time and we appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much and have a very wonderful day ahead. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with that presentation from Mr. Clay, we have come to the end of phase 1 of day 3 of our gathering, the ASEC 2025 conference and exhibition. And very quickly, we are transitioning into the next aspect, which is the official closing ceremony of this year's conference and exhibition. So we are part of history, and to God be the glory, we've come this far. So officially, we are commencing the closing formalities, and I know that this will not take us longer than necessary. Within 45 minutes or less, we should be able to round up all formalities and all programs earmarked for the closing ceremony. That being said, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Inaji, ably and splendidly represented here at this event by his worthy lieutenant and a strategic member of the minister's team, himself, the Director General and Chief Executive, National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, Dr. Matthew Olumide Adekboju, the Chairman of the Central Planning Committee of ASEC 2025, O.C. Isimomo, the Co-Chairman, Engineer Dr. Haruna Mohammed, and other members of the LOC, our international partners who are here with us right from Tuesday up to this moment, very distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all officially to the closing ceremony of the 2025 ASEC Conference and Exhibition. So this event has now commenced in earnest, and we will go straight into having the communique for this conference. Thank you very much, as I now invite Mr. Iye Kemabunta, who will, in the next 15 minutes, run us through the communique. Mr. Iye, are you ready? Please, sir, your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you very much. Shortly after the communique presentation, I'll be inviting the chairman of the LOC, the Central Planning Committee, for his remarks. Thereafter, we'll have a cultural troupe who will trail us for just 10 minutes, and then I'll invite the representative of the Honorable Minister, Innovation, Science and Technology, for his remarks and closing comments. Thank you. Mr. Iye, please.
Can you hear me clearly? This is good. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. But I think the right protocol is to say, good afternoon, Director General of NASDA. I see you as the only Director General from government in our midst today, so I acknowledge your presence. But good afternoon, other Directors General of private corporations, especially that of the Chamber of Commerce represented. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I will take a few minutes to read to you the communique of the conference, and I do hope you can see it on the screen. Communique issued at the end of the Africa Space Economic Conference and Exhibition held at the Prince Kayode Adetokunbo Trade and Convention Center, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Abuja, on 7th to 9th June 2025. 1.0 Preamble. Recognizing the need to grow the Nigerian market, the digital economy, and the innovation ecosystem through space technology, the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ACCI, in collaboration with the National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, commenced the second edition of the Africa Space Economy Conference and Exhibition on June 17th, 2025. The conference brought together public and private business entities and solutions providers such as Batom Energy, Satellantis, Nigecomsat, Proforce Galaxies Limited, and others. 2.0 overview. The Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Senator Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, formally declared the event open, drawing attention to the economic potential of the space sector in areas such as disaster management, agriculture, telecommunications, and national security. He stressed the importance of collaboration among governments, businesses, the academia, and investors to create policy environments that facilitate market development, creation of jobs, innovation, and infrastructure development. Chief Emeka Ubegulu, President of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, represented by Professor Adesoji Adesuba, First Deputy Vice President of ACCI, highlighted the Chamber's commitment to enhancing investment access and private sector participation in space-related ventures. Dr. Matthew Adeboju, Director General of NASDA, delivered a comprehensive presentation on the evolution of the agency and its drive to commercialize satellite infrastructure through initiatives like Ground Station as a Service, aimed at reducing entry barriers for private operators. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Kyari Mohammed, representing Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi, Executive Director of the African Union Scientific, Technical, and Research Commission. He outlined Africa's comparative advantages and the need for investment in technical capacity, policy frameworks, and innovation ecosystems to support the sector's expansion. An overview of Africa's current position in the global space economy and examines regional comparative advantages. Attention was drawn to Africa's ongoing efforts to improve its capabilities in space technology, research, satellite development, satellite deployment, and digital service integration. The event also spotlighted Nigeria's emerging space economy and its relevance to national GDP growth. Panelists and participants emphasized the importance of harnessing space technologies for economic diversification, particularly in agriculture, telecommunications, disaster response, and natural resource governance. Special focus was given to how Nigerian entrepreneurs are leveraging space innovations to solve local challenges, showcasing a thriving homegrown innovation ecosystem. 3.0 presentations. Day one featured a mix of institutional and expert-led presentations, including technical inputs from OSTREC and FIC professionals. Highlights included the use of satellite data to drive precision agriculture and climate change resilience strategies, enhancing digital and financial inclusion using satellite-enabled platforms, integrating Earth observation tools into national policy design, urban development, and education systems, strengthening infrastructure for emergency response, public service delivery, and connectivity. Additional insights during the discussions emphasized the need for national policy advocacy to drive space economy growth, including recognition of space, integration of space sciences into Nigerian educational curriculum via collaboration between NASDA and the National Universities Commission, recognition of space education as a national development priority, support for direct-to-service connectivity solutions in underserved areas, Importance of including critical stakeholders, executives, legislators, judiciary, students, and policy influencers in future conferences. Advocacy for national space education, policies, and regulations on critical infrastructure. The conference also hosted a dynamic panel discussion featuring professionals from academia, the business community, the public sector, and technology startups. The dialogue has addressed the need for business partnerships, gaps in regulatory frameworks, the need for innovation funding, and strategies for ensuring inclusive participation of local enterprises in the evolving space economy. Participants emphasized the urgency of building domestic expertise, especially among youth, and fostering inter-African collaboration in research and policy alignment. The second day focused on leveraging space-based solutions to drive investment, innovation, and sustainable development across Africa. Ms. Selina Hayes, CEO of Hayes Group International, emphasized the importance of rare earth elements and critical minerals, and proposed satellite-driven tracking, policy reform, and public-private collaboration as key solutions. Dr. Danielle Wood explored U.S.-African cooperation in Earth observation and sustainable development. Dr. Umar Binder, former SSG Adamawa State, highlighted space as a catalyst for national policy, industrialization, and IP management. Mr. Ayo Sotori, Managing Director, Bank of Agriculture, represented, reaffirmed the bank's commitment to using space data for precision agriculture and rural development. Speakers further addressed the need to transition from policy discussion to implementation, calling for the integration of satellite data into national development strategies. It was emphasized that satellite applications must be used to monitor and detect illegal mining, assess mineral infrastructure requirements, and promote environmental sustainability. Several stakeholders called for the commercialization of space research and intellectual property, alongside investments in satellite assets and data partnerships to boost Nigeria's position in the global space economy. Two panel discussions followed. One addressed market diversification through space applications, calling for regulatory reform, innovation hubs, investment in infrastructure, youth engagement, and integration of maritime and terrestrial data. The second panel focused on monetizing space data in sectors such as urban planning, mining, and telecommunications. It called for awareness, R&D investments, multiple stakeholder cooperation, and the application of use cases for satellite data. Additionally, participants proposed the creation of an innovation and development bank to finance space sector ventures and call for increased collaboration with African countries like Kenya and South Africa on capacity building. It was further advised that the African maritime sector be formally integrated into the space ecosystem. NASA received support from international organizations such as Atlantis, which expressed readiness to collaborate on building satellite capacity and infrastructure in Nigeria. Day 3, the final day of the conference, sub-themed The Road Ahead, Building a Resilient African Space Economy, featured strategic sessions including global perspectives on Africa's space growth, as Ms. Atihola Maini, Director, UNOOSA. She outlined the UNOSA mandate in creating enabling policy, education and training, technical training, and satellite development space exploration, investment and collection of global space data. She emphasized the commitment to making sure that Africa's young innovators get access to tools, networks, and connections, and then commercializing Africa's space sector, overcoming barriers, and unlocking investment potential. From niche to mainstream, scaling up the space economy through compelling branding ecosystems, leveraging AI for financial inclusion and risk management, transforming governance in Africa's digital economy by Festus Olusoya Ogumola, Chief Executive, Africa Forum, Scotland. Investment opportunities in Africa's space economy, business opportunities, and policy pathways. The panel session addressed market diversification through space applications, calling for regulatory reform, innovation hubs, investment in infrastructure, youth engagement, and integration of maritime and terrestrial data. Stakeholders acknowledged the role of space in driving economic expansion, national resilience, and digital transformation. They identified key challenges, including limited infrastructure, underinvestment, and lack of awareness, while commending the readiness of international organizations such as Satlantis to support capacity building and space ecosystems growth in Nigeria. 4.0 key observations. The event hosted participants including government officials, private sector leaders, research institutions, development partners, diplomatic community, members of the diplomatic community, and international organizations. Many participants expressed optimism about Africa's growing involvement in space-related industries, while also identifying key structural challenges, including limited access to satellite infrastructure, inadequate funding for innovation, and the need for skilled labor in satellite engineering, data processing, and policy development. The following key observations emerged from the discussions. On Africa's role in global space economy, Africa remains largely a consumer of space technologies rather than a producer. There is an urgent need to localize innovation and enhance indigenous capabilities to become competitive on the global stage. Next, satellite data and national development. Satellite data has transformative potential across agriculture, climate resilience, health, education, and disaster response. Its use can drastically improve evidence-based policy making and service delivery. Next, on employment and youth development. Space-based initiatives, particularly in satellite data analysis, robotics, and geospatial services, can be a major tool for job creation and youth engagement in Africa. And next, rare earth elements and critical minerals. The strategic importance of REEs and CMs calls for a robust national monitoring strategy using space technologies to track, regulate, and derive maximum value from natural resources. Next, collaboration and partnerships. Public-private partnerships, regional cooperation, and international support are crucial in building a resilient and inclusive Africa space economy. Next, regulatory and policy frameworks. Inconsistent or outdated regulatory environments hinder space tech growth. There is a need for harmonized and innovation-friendly space policies across African states. And next, private sector investment. Startups and SMEs face entry barriers due to a lack of access to satellite infrastructure and sustainable financing. There is a call for incentives and infrastructure sharing mechanisms to support local enterprises. And next, NASDA's strategic role. NASDA must continue to lead in developing commercially viable space infrastructure, such as ground station as a service, and expand partnerships with both government and private stakeholders. And next, military and national security. Awareness and adoption of satellite technologies must extend to the military and security institutions to enhance national intelligence, logistics, and surveillance operations. And next, commercializing intellectual property. Space research conducted in Nigeria must be translated into market-ready innovations through proper IP management and commercialization strategies. And next, national coordination. The designation of space-focused desk officers within key ministries and planning institutions was suggested to enhance interagency coordination and policy execution. And next, audience segmentation. the need to identify your audience, what they want, and what they will achieve. And next, communication strategy. Making sure you are communicating across a wide audience through the established communication strategy. 5.0 recommendations. The conference recommended as follows. 1. On national development planning, stakeholders should prioritize the integration of space technologies into development blueprints, particularly in agriculture, health, urban planning, and telecommunications. 2. Satellite infrastructure access. Governments through agencies like NASDA should expand access to satellite infrastructure via models like GSAAS, that's Geostations as a Service, to stimulate private sector participation. And 3, harmonize space policies. The African Union and member states must harmonize their regulatory frameworks and jointly promote research, education, and technology transfer within the continent. 4, youth and gender inclusion. Capacity building programs should be tailored to include youth and women, especially through partnerships with universities and technical institutes. And 5, innovation financing. Stakeholders must explore sustainable financing models such as blended finance, government grants, venture capital, and donor support for space innovation. And 6, REECM monitoring and resource tracking. Develop a national monitoring strategy using space technologies to monitor compliance, to monitor and enforce compliance, and derive maximum value from natural resources. And 7, infrastructure and ecosystem development. NASDA and ACCI should establish a drone and emerging technology innovation park focused on ICT, robotics, and geospatial applications to nurture entrepreneurship. And 8, public sector adoption of satellite data. Government institutions should be mandated to adopt satellite data systems for planning, monitoring, and reporting, driven through NASDA's capabilities. 9, awareness and stakeholder engagement. There is a need to increase awareness among the public and industrial sectors of the value of space data. This can be achieved through targeted outreach and national campaigns. And 10, international collaboration. Nigeria should deepen its data partnerships with regional and global institutions to enhance access to cutting-edge space assets and promote knowledge exchange. And 11, establish space-focused desk officers. Relevant ministries and national planning offices should have designated officers to coordinate space economy programs and align implementation with national strategies. 12, military and security integration. Training and adoption of space technology should be extended to the military and security sector to enhance national safety and surveillance operations. 13, commercializing of research and IP. Nigeria should develop policies that support the commercialization of research findings and intellectual property related to space science. And 14, support for innovation hubs. Establish structured mentorship and incubation programs within proposed tech parks to support early stage startups focused on space and geospatial applications. 15, creation of an innovation and development bank. Government and stakeholders should consider setting up a bank specifically to fund space economy ventures and innovation. 16, policy on critical infrastructure and space privacy. Develop and implement legal frameworks for safeguarding critical space infrastructure and regulating national interest issues tied to space data usage. 17, developing national AI strategies. Developing a national artificial intelligence strategy involves creating a comprehensive government-led framework that sets a direction for AI development, regulation, and adoption within a country. Now 17, encouraging AI entrepreneurship. Encouraging AI entrepreneurship means creating an enabling environment for startups, innovators, to develop AI-driven products and services. Key elements include access to funding, providing seed funding, venture capital incentives, and grants specially for AI-focused ventures. 6.0, conclusion. The 2025 Africa Space Economic Conference and Exhibition underscore the urgent need for Africa to scale its space economy through research, innovation, policy reform, and public-private alignment. The conference served as a strategic call to action for all stakeholders to walk the talk. And by investing in satellite infrastructure, collaborating across sectors, educating future talent, and fostering innovation, these pillars are crucial to embedding space technologies into Nigeria's national development frameworks and ensuring that emerging markets benefit from space-driven solutions. With strong participation from stakeholders across the continent and beyond, the event laid the foundation for tangible collaborative actions that can transform Africa's development trajectory through space technologies and position Africa as an emerging force in global space landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a draft communique, and if I do have your permission, I would ask that the MC, if you could please call for questions, comments, corrections, I assume, or we go ahead to adopt the document as accurate recordings of the proceedings of the three-day occasion.
Thank you very much. Please, let's applaud Mr. Ihe for that wonderful reading, very lengthy, but then very rich. So if you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have observations, whatever you have, please, you stand up, tell us your name, your organization, and then go ahead with your observation so we can make it a working document for ASEC going forward in 2026. Okay, we have one hand, our assigned numbers. We have one hand here, please. If you have any question or clarification, you indicate by a lift of hand so we can proceed. Once it's adopted, it becomes a working document for ASEC and no other corrections would be made. So please, the microphone should be taken to Dr. Sikiru, who is here. Thank you. I can bring the mic to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ayola Sikiru Yomi. During the presentation of the communique, the date of the event was mentioned as 7th to 9th of June, and not 17th to 19th of June. And then, if the document can be page numbered and the table of content included for ease of navigation by people that will read the document later, it will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can that be effected? Or you just take notes?
No, it's a suggestion.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a counter suggestion.
He's talking about the date. The date you read
The date
earlier.
should be
17th to 19th.
corrected
You read
to
7th.
19th.
Yeah.
Yes, certainly. Those corrections will be reflected by the rapporteurs
thank you.
instantly.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Peters.
Okay.
And also the page numbering.
I beg your pardon?
Page numbering. The pages
Yes,
there.
certainly. That
Yeah,
also will be
fine.
implemented right away.
Yes, the name is Dr. Peters from Bank of Agriculture, representing Mr. Ayo Shotiri. When you said the Ayo Shotiri was represented, you didn't mention my name, and the summary of our inputs was not properly captured.
Summary of our what?
The inputs on the slide, because it was not ready when I came, so but it's with the media people.
Okay, you're asking for incorporation of
His name as
presentation by-
representing his principal.
Okay,
And
your
then his
comments
submissions.
about
Yeah.
that. Okay. If you don't mind, if you could again give us the highlights, it would be easy to incorporate, if that works with you. Yes.
He sends to your team, a
All right.
rapporteur.
Thank you very much. We'll ensure it's done.
Thank you. Do we have more comments, reactions? Okay, in the absence of any, I think we can now proceed with adoption. Oh, DG NASDAQ.
Thank you very much. The Secretariat have done incredible job. I just have observation that the communique, maybe we need to find a way around it to have executive summary extract of maximum of a page or two, which become what can be shared with government institutions. Because I remember one of our sessions, the issue about it getting to people who take decision was raised. So we need to do it like executive summary in front of it. That will be maximum of 2 pages. And then the entire document become body of it. I think that will give us, because no minister will start going through the entire pages. So that extract will form what they can quickly see, okay, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we are forming policy to address these issues. Just my observation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's an excellent recommendation. Rapporteurs, so. Okay, so would I say that subject to the corrections and recommendations, we accept this draft as accurate recordings of the proceedings of the second edition of the ASEC Conference 2005. If you agree, say aye. So since there are no nays, we...
So the ayes are it.
Thank you, so thank you very much, ladies
Thank you
and
very
gentlemen.
much, Mr. EA, for that wonderful job. Please, let's applaud him one more time. He has been working assiduously since the commencement and even penultimate the commencement of this conference. He has been doing absolutely well. Okay, with that said and done, we can now proceed to have the next item, which is inviting the chairman of the local organizing committee, O.C. Imomo, for his remarks. Mr. Chairman, sir, please put your hands together for a gentleman par excellence who has been working day and night, tooth and nail, to ensure that this conference sees the light of the day. And today we're having a very successful 2025 conference and exhibition. Please put your hands together for O.C. Imomo as he comes for his remarks. You're highly welcome, sir.
Well, I couldn't believe that what Kem read out now was achieved in 3 days. It's like we spent 7 days here to achieve all that. So thank you very much. Honored guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the second Space Economic Conference and exhibition to a close, I'm filled with profound gratitude and pride for the milestones we have achieved together over these 3 transformative days. This gathering has not only showcased the immense potential of Africa's space economy, but has also ignited collaborative sparks that will drive innovation, investment, and sustainable growth across our continent. To have present in our midst a very popular university like MIT, with Professor Daniels, who's been present here, to have the United Nations and NASA come here online to talk to us, at this conference means that we can only get better and better. So first and foremost, I extend our deepest appreciation to our two principal sponsors, Dr. Matthew Adepoju, Director General of NASDA. You see, it is good to have one of us elevated to this position. It makes it easier for us to actually work in this committee. If you don't know, Dr. Adepoju was the co-chair at the last event. Then we have Chief Emeka Obegelu, PhD son, President of ACCI, who also encouraged us in our performance. Your visionary leadership and steadfast support have been the bedrock of this conference, reinforcing your belief in Africa's space ambitions and your commitment to turning them into reality. We are grateful to our esteemed sponsors, Proforce Galaxies. He believes so much in this enterprise that he has even given us his word that the next edition, Proforce will be again very, very active in supporting us. Then St. Lattice, they were here last time and they're also here with us. Then the new kids on the block, Batum Energy, for their invaluable contributions. Your partnership has elevated this event, enabling us to explore cutting-edge advancements and foster meaningful dialogue. To the organizing committee, your dedication, meticulous planning, and tireless efforts ensured the flawless execution of this conference. Your hard work behind the scenes has been nothing short of extraordinary, and we owe this success to your unwavering commitment. I wish there was a video here to show how our meetings were held. These meetings were very vibrant, spirited, and sometimes heated. Yet, we always ended up on a very high note. My dear members of this committee, you can now go home and rest, knowing fully well that there will be no more phone calls from the chairman at night. You know, because sometimes I used to call these guys anytime in the evening. And one early morning at about 4:30 a.m., I was woken up by one of the committee members who had information for me. To our distinguished speakers, exhibitors, and all attendees, your insights, enthusiasm, and active participation have made this conference a resounding success. The knowledge exchange and the connections forged here will undoubtedly accelerate Africa's ascent in the global space economy. As we conclude, I am pleased to announce that the Third Africa Space Economic Conference is tentatively fixed for June 16, 2026. We haven't asked our principal, but I'm sure that from what we have seen, I'm sure they will not say no to us. It will be confirmed later. Yesterday, when we had the meeting to end yesterday's program, all committee members were asking, can we have this in the next 3 months? But we have said, no, we can do this in 1 year, and we're going to ask our principals to please confirm this date for us. So we eagerly anticipate to welcome you back for another groundbreaking edition, where we will continue to push boundaries, unlock opportunities, and shape the future of space for Africa and beyond. Once again, thank you all for being part of this extraordinary journey. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and ambition as we reach for the stars together. Safe travels to everybody, and until we meet again, I wish you safe journey. Thank you very much, and thank you, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, Osi Imomo. Please, let's put our hands together for him once again. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we listen to the Honorable Minister, who is here represented by the DG NASDA for the closing shots and closing formalities, We'll now be inviting Afri Theatre. Afri Theatre will be thrilling us with some cultural steps that will define the unity and diversity of our great nation, Nigeria. I now invite Afri Theatre. Thank you. Thank you very much, Afri Theatre, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That cultural display actually defines our cultural diversity and the unity that we have. It also speaks to the rich cultural heritage of the good people of Nigeria. We have the Hausa, we have the Igbo, we have the Yoruba, we have the Efik, we have the Ibibio, we have the Benue, and we have all the 6 geopolitical zones ably represented there at that very beautiful cultural display. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud the Afri Theatre. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Gradually, this 3-day engagement will be brought to a close in no distant time. May I, at this point, invite a man who is today wearing 2 caps. First, as the representative of the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, who was here on Tuesday to actually officially open this conference and has sent his worthy lieutenant this afternoon. He is here as the Director General of the leading space agency in Africa and Nigeria's premier space agency, the National Space Research and Development Agency, NASA. Join me as I welcome Dr. Matthew Olumide Adepoju for his remarks as the representative of the Honorable Minister and also as the DG NASA. My DG, you're highly welcome. We thank you for all you do for Nigeria. We thank you for all you do for Africa. We thank you for all you do for the space community in Nigeria in particular and Africa in general. Ladies and gentlemen, the DG NASA. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to stand here this evening to represent my principal, the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, who has been a torchbearer of Mr. President's Renew Hope agenda in innovation, science, and technology ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond. The one minister that you may not find from press house to press house, but you begin to feel the impact of his leadership with the result from biotechnology to renewable energy to innovations, and more importantly, the space, science, innovation, and technology. I am super grateful to Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for bringing such a dynamic and ebullient minister to our ministry. I want to appreciate the President of Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry, represented by the Second Deputy President, Dr. Aliyu Idiong, who received a call from the filler and he has to step out to attend to the call of duty. And of course, the Director General of Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry in absentia, the Chairman of Local Organizing Committee, Chief O.C. Imomo, the man that is leveraging on the wisdom and experience to complement the age. So when he functions like somebody who is in late 30s, it's because the wisdom of our Lord is with him. Thank you, sir. His output can be fed with the success of this program. And the co-chair, Dr. Haruna Ibrahim, who is doing a great job working hand in hand with the chairman and all the committee members who have been having sleepless nights to make sure that a day like this is hugely successful. The management and the staff of ACC High, the management and staff of NASDA, our sponsors, whom the chairman already mentioned all of them one by one, and our speakers from America to Europe to Asia, back on the African continent, and my own dear brother, ably represented by Dr. Charles, the Director General of Kenya Space Agency, the practitioners in the Nigerian space ecosystem. We have some very quiet and silent shakers and movers of our ecosystem. One of them is a very good friend of mine, the MD and chairman of Support System, Mr. Ben Oyibe, and other critical stakeholders. I want to appreciate all of you, and I want to thank one of the dynamic young rising stars of NASDAQ, Ms. Philippa, who has been coordinating and managing our international partners very, very well. All the international delegates, the speakers among them, and those who have joined us online, it gives us great joy and pleasure to increase the tempo and the quality of this conference. And of course, the directors of the Space Agency who have been working behind the scenes, and even from day one, they are still very much around to make sure that everything goes well. The Honorable Minister has got one message for us, and that message is we should do it better next time. That he is so pleased, he's so happy with what he has seen, and is supporting us all the way. And that is a sign of wonderful things to come. I want to thank everybody as the Director General of National Space Research and Development Agency. We have some unsung heroes among us. Our young officers in the secretariat and those who are holding forth at exhibition stand, please help me clap for all of them, including my drivers and my personal staff too. Because a tree can never make a forest. It takes all of us working in unison for this kind of success. In conclusion, the Honorable Minister has promised to take our resolution to Mr. President for policy direction that we address the issues. When we gather again, we will see positive changes in what is happening on the African continent. And we will send the report to African Union for consideration as well. You may recall there was a representative of African Union on the day at the ceremony, at the opening ceremony. So on this note, I want to appreciate each and every one of us and wish us safe journey back to our respective destination. By the power given to me by Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, I hereby declare the conference closed until next edition. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, the DG NASDAQ. Please put your hands together for him once again. And we want to crave the indulgence of our DD to place. My DD, sir, the organizers have an assignment for you to present certificates to exhibitors and sponsors, and that can be done just right here. The DG NASDAQ, who is representing the Honorable Minister, Innovation, Science and Technology, will do us the honors of presenting the certificates to our exhibitors and our sponsors right here. Thank you very much. No, DG, let's have it here. So please, the conference coordinator, please just have a microphone. We'll call the names and then the DJ will make the presentation. Can we have a microphone, please? Let's invite Mwagi Charles Maina for the first presentation. Thank you.
So we invite Mr. Wangi Charles Mena to come forward for a certificate of honor. We now invite Professor Daniel Woods to come forward for her certificate. Next in the line is Okot Ronnie Ochieng. If you're here, please come forward for your certificate. Okot Ronnie Ochieng. We have Wachira Peter Munene. Oh, all the. Ombima Alfred Agufwan is gone too. We invite Proforce Galaxies Limited to come. Our major official partners, please a round of applause for them. We invite Batom Energy, one of our sponsors, to come forward for their certificate. Next in line is Neil Comsat, representative. They're not here. Sir. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, very resplendent, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the co-chair for a very short vote of thanks, and thereafter we will take the national anthem, signaling the end of proceedings as far as this year's conference and exhibition is concerned. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of history. Let's now listen to Engineer Dr. Haruna Mohammed as he gives us the vote of thanks very briefly, sir.
Thank you, MC Ita. My Director General, Chief Executive, representing the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, the representative of the President of Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Chairman, Organizing Committee, Chief Osi Momo, distinguished ladies, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, innovators, researchers, government officials, the private sector partners, students, and friends of Africa Space Future. As we draw the curtains on this historic gathering, I stand before you filled with deep gratitude, renewed optimism, and profound sense of purpose. Over the past days, we have explored the frontiers of space economy in Africa, not just as technical domain, but as a strategic pillar for sustainable development, economic growth, and continental integration. We have listened to insightful presentations, engaged in robust discussions, and forged meaningful partnership. We have reflected on the state of our continent space capabilities, from satellite development and launch services to remote sensing, climate monitoring, navigation systems, and beyond. More importantly, we have envisioned a future where Africa is not merely a consumer of space technologies, but a key innovator, contributor, and competitor in the global space economy. Let us This conference has made one thing abundantly clear. Africa is ready. We are ready to harness the food insecurity, to strengthen our educational system, to enhance banking and digital infrastructure, to bolster national security, to better manage our natural resources. The African space economy is not a far-off idea. It is a present reality, and one we must nurture with vision, investment, and cooperation. Let us make the momentum we have built here and translate it into concrete policies that support innovation and inclusion. Partnerships between governments, academia, industry, and international allies. Research programs, capacity building initiatives, and local manufacturing projects. Investments that will make space a tool for transforming our cities, our rural areas, and our collective destiny. As we return to our respective countries and institutions, let us remain connected as a community of space leaders, committed to advancing Africa's place in the cosmos. The sky is not the
own their native land. Though tribe and tongue may be, for in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you very much. Hope to see you at the proposed date next year in 2026. God bless you all.